Droit vers la droite, sur vers la gauche. Alors, allée 3 s'en va sur l'allée 1, allée 4 va sur l'allée 5. Lane rotation on the right side is the same as yesterday. So if you're on lane 3, you go on lane 1. The next game, if you're on lane 4, you go the second game on lane 6. So it's the next pair. Pour les hommes, les gars, c'est différent. Aujourd'hui, vous allez bouger de 4 allées. Vous allez sauter le 4 et sur la prochaine. Par conséquent, si vous jouez sur la ligne 19, vous allez jouer la prochaine partie sur la 15. Si vous jouez sur la 20, vous allez jouer la prochaine partie sur la 24. Lane rotation on the left side is a bit different this morning. You will still clear the wall on the next clear. And instead, left goes left, right goes right. So if you're on left 2, you will go 15. If you're 20, you will go 24. And as soon as you see the arrows on the horizon, you can start. Enjoy bowling, everyone. Dès que vous voyez les flèches sur l'écran, vous pouvez commencer à jouer. Bon match, tout le monde.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to day 2 of the Canadian Team Trials. My name is Mark Buffa. I'll be with you all day. We're here at beautiful Burlington Bowl in Burlington, Ontario. Today is day 2, another 6 games this morning on 38-foot LA. Very flat pattern this morning, 1.6 to 1 ratio. So expect even lower scores than yesterday, I believe. My game plan today to some of the players is keep the ball in play, hit the head pin, clean up your mess. And if you shoot 180 to teen, bonus. Just stay out of trouble, keep your head afloat, and try to make the cut for this afternoon. Especially the players that had an okay day yesterday that don't need to really climb the ladder. There's no real need to press this morning. Bon matin à tous, bienvenue à la deuxième journée des essais de l'équipe canadienne ici à Burlington en Ontario. Ce matin, hier, les joueurs ont joué 12 parties. Ça a été plutôt difficile. Les scores étaient très bas. Cependant, on a quand même eu chez les hommes un très très beau score de la part de Nicholas Blagojevic. Donc je vous suggère d'aller voir ça. Vous pouvez consulter les scores sur lxresult.com, descendez la liste pour voir les essais de l'équipe canadienne qui sont là en bleu. Et aussi aller sur 10pincanada.com pour tous les détails sur le tournoi. Donc aujourd'hui, on joue 6 parties sur le 38 pieds Los Angeles, qui est un village d'ailleurs très plat. C'est 1.6 pour 1 de ratio. Donc ça veut dire qu'il y a 1.6 fois plus d'huile à l'intérieur qu'à l'extérieur. Une shot maison typique, c'est comme du 10 pour 1, juste pour vous donner une idée. So as I had mentioned earlier, the ratio of this pattern being pretty flat at 1.6 to 1. Just as a reference point, your house shot is usually around 10 to 1, which means 10 times more oil in the middle than on the outside. So 1.6 to 1 is rather flat. Good morning, everyone. We've got some early birds with us again this morning. Welcome. So we'll go through the, if this is the first time you're joining us, please head over to 10pincanada.com. That's the official website of the Canadian 10-Pin Federation. If you go to tournaments, team trials, you will find everything there. Also, there's a link right there on the screen, like you see, lxresult.com. That's the main database for all Lexer hosted leagues or tournaments. If you go there and scroll down, you'll be able to find the Canadian team trials. Once you find that, bookmark it on your browser and simply refresh as the day progresses. And if you want, you can click on your favorite player and see their progression throughout the day. So that's a great way for you to follow the action today. Donc, encore une fois, vous pouvez aller sur 10pincanada.com, le site web officiel de la Fédération des skis du Canada. Puis, c'est ça, vous pouvez aussi aller à lxresult.com. Ça, c'est le site web, disons, la maison mère de tous les statistiques Lexer à travers le monde. Puis, vous pouvez simplement descendre puis essayer de trouver le lien pour les Canadian Team Trials. Ça va être en bleu, si je ne me trompe pas. Puis après ça, vous allez être capable de mettre ça dans vos favoris puis consulter et simplement rafraîchir au courant de la journée. Bon matin, Guillaume.
Bon matin, Marc. Tu as perdu ton co-animateur, Art, qui est rendu dans le stream, qui est rendu dans le chat room.
Il est rendu à la job.
Il faut bien que ça travaille à un moment donné.
Ouais. Donc, Guillaume, juste un petit survol sur ce qui s'est passé hier. J'ai eu beaucoup de commentaires puis beaucoup de gens qui sont venus me parler parce que c'était, disons, la bouton panique.
Oui, un petit peu, hein?
Puis, c'est ce que j'ai dit un peu à certains joueurs ce matin, c'était... C'est difficile pour tous. Alors, si c'est difficile pour toi, ben c'est OK. OK? Donc, il faut revenir des fois à des bases quand c'est difficile. Parce que quand ça va mal, tu te dis « Ah, ça va mal, ça va mal, ça va mal », bien, peut-être que tu peux faire quelque chose de bien. Puis ça peut être aussi simple que tout le temps t'asseoir dans la même chaise. Au moins, ton corps va avoir réussi quelque chose de bien. C'est plate à dire, mais des fois, quand ça va super mal, c'est des petites conneries de même qui font toute la différence.
Routine, des fois, un tout petit peu.
C'est ça, ouais. Tu sais, des fois, moi, je me disais « Coudonc, regarde, OK, fais le lancer, assis dans la chaise de gauche, puis... » Même dire à la personne, t'es dans ma place, tasse-toi.
Ouais, ça, c'est pas mal mon genre.
Ouais,
moi, je dirais que quand il y a quelqu'un assis à ma place, je la regarde avec des gros yeux, puis elle comprend assez vite qu'il faut qu'elle bouge. Ou à tout le moins, le prochain lancer, qu'elle ne retourne pas là. Ouais. Ça, c'est sûr. Donc, ouais, avoir des routines, essayer de changer un peu des fois le déroulement des choses. Ça peut avoir du bon. Puis peut-être, en tout cas, moi, Marc, c'est sûr, j'ai pas les connaissances que tu as, mais des fois, juste de trop penser aussi, je pense que ça peut enlever...
regarde, bel exemple ici, sur la 13. OK, Chris est allé léger un peu, puis laisse la 2-8. Bon, sur un huilage court, laisser la 2-8.
C'est spécial.
C'est pas si spécial que ça, mais il faut quand même que tu fasses un bon pitch, là, ici. Là.
OK.
Il faut que sa tête soit dans ce lancer-là et pas dans, bon, qu'est-ce que j'ai fait dans mon strike. OK? Bon, excellent. OK? Une chance qu'elle est allée. Ouais. Maintenant, tu peux commencer à te gratter la tête pour le troisième carreau. C'est un peu ça le thought process qu'il faut que tu ailles, le train de pensée. Puis c'est ça. So again, some of the things I told some players this morning, stay in the present moment and do something right. So like if you're bowling bad, mental reminder that you're not the only one that's going bad. And second of all, try to do something good. So even if it's as simple as just sitting down and throwing your shot and sitting down and always repeating that, well, at least you're repeating something. So it's just trying to create some sort of sense of routine, because everyone is scrambling, and if you're scrambling less than the other guy, well,
yeah, you may get ahead of the other.
Yeah. So my 2 cents.
And I was saying sometimes I feel like bowlers are overthinking way too much, or they don't think the right way. So instead of analyzing and trying to find a solution, they just panic, and the state of mind is not at the right place. So if you keep it cool and you just try to say, okay, my ball did this, this, and that, what should I do?
Yeah, and just executing the shot, right?
That's right. Later, Mark.
Yeah,
later. So this morning on a 38-foot pattern, I feel like it's becoming more like a short pattern these days. Back in our days, maybe it was more like 34, 5, and 6, but now 38, I believe it's something that we call short.
Yeah.
Kind of.
Yeah, kind of.
And we see a lot of players going straight up the gutter.
So, like, we see Donald Hoke here on 14. So, like, we were talking a little bit this morning. It's like, keep the ball in play. And, like, that one, he pinched it left, went Brooklyn. Right now, like, in his mind, it's like, okay, take it and throw a better shot. Because that was just a bad shot.
Period.
Right?
Just pulled it a little bit too much.
Yeah. And that's the thing in this house. There was no miss room left on both patterns yesterday. So, yeah. And if anything, the stronger equipment looked better yesterday because it blended out the pattern and made the changes a little bit more minimal. Maybe the ball reaction wasn't, quote unquote ideal, but it didn't allow players to leave too many splits, let's say, so it was better pin management. So we'll see.
And God knows that pin management was a key factor
yesterday. Like even talking with Jacob yesterday, if I go to the scores here, where's Jacob?
7th.
So Jacob is 7th, and he missed 7 makeables.
Wow.
Right?
Okay.
So if you add 70 to his score, he's 3rd. Or 4th.
4th. Close to.
So...
Yeah, he's right there.
Yeah.
So it's not a matter of, oh, I bowled bad. It's just that, I missed a couple of spares.
And Guillaume, even just making 2 of those, he's still 5th, right? Like 2 out of the 7.
The 7.
Yeah.
You're right.
Because making a 2-5-8 on a tough pattern, that's not easy. So leaving a bucket is a makeable, but it's a tough makeable. Good shot by Chris Esden there in the right lane.
A good year so far.
Yeah, he's improved quite a bit, and now this is a good test for him. A little bit disappointed with what he ended the day with yesterday, but it happens to the best of us, and what's going to be the true test is how he bounces back today.
Agree.
I have a good team trial story.
You always have good stories anyway.
Yeah.
Whoa.
So, when you have bad days and it just goes bad, it's like, it just feels like the world is piling Lego blocks on top of your back, right? And I had started. We were bowling at the 440. This was '07, the year I won the national championship, and we're on the short pattern on the first day, and I start the block with a 150 game, and I end the block with a 150 game. Okay.
And what did you do in between?
But the last 150 game, the first frame and the last frame were pocket 710s.
Oh, wow.
So, needless to say, my brain was a volcano, like just like exploding, right? So I was like, okay. At the end of a tournament or a block, you know, I'm very talkable in the bowling center. People will come up to me and talk.
But this time, I guess.
This time, I put my balls in my bag very calmly. I picked them up, and I just walked out the door. And people were like, "Hey, Mark," I just kept walking. Just kept walking. Not say anything. Put my stuff nicely in the car. Maybe hit the steering wheel a couple times, but that was in my own bubble, right? So nobody saw that. And at the time, I was shopping around for a car. And so the used dealership that I was eyeing this car, I was like, you know what? I was about to pull the trigger like the week prior, and you're like thinking, I'm going to wait, I'm going to do this. And I had a bad day. I wanted to change my mental state and make myself happy and buy the bloody
So you got the car that day, right?
So I called the dealer up and I was like, hey, I'm coming to pick it up, like now, right? Like I need it, you know? And he's like, oh, I just sold it this morning.
Oh, no.
So needless to say, the bad day turned into a worse day. And I was so disappointed. I remember calling my dad after the block because like he knew I was pretty mad about it, and called him an hour later. I says, come with me to the dealership. He's like, what? Like just And then I called him and he's like, no, we don't got it anymore. I called him back. I said, forget it. I'm going to bed. Yeah, I had been eyeing that thing for a couple weeks, and I was like, no, now's the time. Clearly wasn't the time.
You could have called another dealership and tried to see if that same car was available. And
no, but it was that one that I had seen it, I had tried it, I was like, this is it.
Oh.
But that wasn't.
So if you bowl bad today, go get a car. That's that's the conclusion of that story, right?
Yeah. And that would have been, Guillaume, like my first car as like an adult, like my
adult life.
Yeah, like that was like the turning point, and I was like so like, all right, let's make the move, and like, nope, see you, buddy, next week. All right. Hopefully you read my text message.
Nice back-to-back strikes for Jacob.
Yep.
Do you have a feeling that averages will be higher this morning compared to the two shifts we had yesterday?
No.
Similar, at least? Ooh, you're thinking. That's no good news.
Nice shot by Donnie. Ooh. See, Donnie's throwing the Rubicon, the urethane UC3, and it's a good niche ball, but I feel like sometimes it's too angular, and that's kind of what he's seeing there. I don't think he packed a red IQ. I don't think he did.
You know better than I do.
Yeah. So let's ask the chat for some help. We're only at 40 viewers right now. I know it's still 8 o'clock in the morning, but if you can please share the stream on your favorite social media pages, share the link. I did get quite a few messages yesterday on Messenger. Hey Mark, where's the stream? Because they're used to trying to look on our Boofa distribution.
Yeah, we did
Boofa
this
Bowling
for you.
YouTube. but now being on the CTF YouTube channel. Make sure you subscribe, obviously, because now this is going to be the home of all national championships, youth, adult, and senior.
Mixed.
Well, the Canadian mixed, yeah. So make sure you subscribe and always give us a like. Only had 2 likes this morning. Come on, guys. Sharing is caring, and liking is we got to come up with something for that.
Or maybe we need to improve.
Yeah. And if someone has Mr. Beast in their contacts, like definitely make them share.
Mr. Who?
What?
Mr. Who?
Mr. Beast.
Who's Mr. Beast?
Oh boy, Chad, you gotta educate Guillaume. You don't know who Mr. Beast is. He's like the world's best YouTuber. It's like multi-million.
Okay, right.
Oh boy.
I'm still not going to watch this channel.
Yeah. Guillaume, there's other things in the world than Lexer, Storm, and Buffa distribution. You are allowed to explore horizons.
I'll try.
Yeah.
Or not.
Yeah. It's like yesterday when you were telling me that, country music is, it's like I would explore it, but I can't enjoy it, whatever. And Molson, there you go.
Hey, thank you, Jason D. Hey, someone who knows me very well. Actually, yesterday I was looking for some Molson where we went, and there was none.
Yeah, you see? The times have changed.
And this guy was not happy. Look, yeah, could have as well. Hey, you see, now we have some comments.
See? Now you know about Mr. Beast. Hopefully
Yeah.
you look for him today. It was like the year when you were like, who's Brad and Kyle?
I did this?
Yeah. You know who Belmo is?
Belmo,
Yeah.
Belmo. Rings me a bell.
Hey, shout out to Mitch Hupe. Had a good block yesterday. Round 1 at the Players' Championship went pretty well yesterday. Round 2, a little bit of a speed bump there, but still, he's doing in good shape. So shout out to all the Canadians bowling the Players' Championship.
So who do we have? We have Mitch, Francois, Graham, I guess,
yeah,
Zach
Wilkins.
These are the 4.
Nathan.
Oh, and yes, Nathan as well.
Yeah. Honestly, the PBA changed the way that they do the statistics on their website, and they're using Lane Talk for it. And I'm not going to lie, at 10:30, 11 o'clock last night, I didn't feel like trying to figure it out. So I just found the link. I kind of scrolled down a bit, and I saw some names, and then my eyes closed and went to bed. I was burnt last night. But yeah, I'll probably look into that a little bit more today. If maybe the chat knows a little bit more about where the Canadians finished yesterday, let us know.
Maybe I should send my resume to run the tournaments on Lexer for PBA.
I understand the partnerships that they have, but it's been one of the complaints on the PBA side, with other podcasts like the guys from Sweep the Rack and stuff like that. Even in past years, it's hard to follow tournaments at times because the links aren't, like, how can I say this?
Consistent.
You want to follow a tournament, it should be on your homepage. And actually that's something I'm even going to tell Kathy, because it should be on the homepage of 10pincanada.com. You shouldn't have to click further.
Like the first thing you see is this.
Exactly. It should just be like right here
at the top.
like this picture here for the Canadian mixed should be click here for team trials results. Maybe can you try to help us out with that this morning? No? Okay. We'll see if we can flag her down. All right. So, not very many strings of strikes from what we can see. Jennifer Bassana on a 4-bagger, off screen to the left. You'll see her creeping up on lane 9. Having a really good tournament, but Guillaume not surprised really. You know, from this area, probably sleeping at home. Her family's here. Got a good support system.
And she probably came here to bowl quite a few times as well, just to have a good feeling about the environment, see how the lanes react. Even though it's open play or house pattern, you can actually see what the lanes do.
Yeah. So here, Guillaume, speaking of maybe some content creators that you don't know, on lane 14, Kurt Ridgewell, him and DJ Rose have a podcast on Spotify or SoundCloud. I think you could also find it. It's called On the Gutter.
Okay.
And you see he's walking around with a camera. You can also look up Kurt on YouTube, and he does some good content there. So definitely support them and watch the podcast. A lot of Team Canada players like Mitch and Frankie have been on the podcast, and also Ty had gone on, and even Ty's got his own Spotify podcast. So make sure to check those out if you're on Spotify.
Yeah, so if you search a little bit, you will find some good content about bowling.
Yeah, exactly, and it's good to see.
And it's good also to have some Canadian stuff.
Oh,
not just American.
Yeah. And you know, without forgetting, obviously, you know, the JR Pro Shop crew, very successful YouTube channel with Jacob.
The most successful in the country.
Yep. Jacob, Jordan, Ryan, Sean.
And you've been there as well with them.
Yeah, I've
helping them a little bit.
Done a couple videos. Just waiting for the invite to go back. You know, come on, Clay, help me out, brother. Bon matin, JF. Mathis s'est repris un peu en après-midi, mais un matin un peu difficile. Je pense pas qu'il est habitué de se lever à 6 heures du matin.
Ouais, Mathis a 80 au 6e avec un abo au 7, si je ne me trompe pas.
Donc,
puis là, il s'en va sur la 18.
Vive les matins pour Mathis. on va y commanditer tu sais, les bains froids, là.
Ça va le réveiller sur un temps rare, toi. D'ailleurs, parlant de Mathis, le Marc, on va être à Rimouski dans pas long. Le 20 janvier, Mathis va présenter son tournoi, l'Open Blanchette.
Ouais, tu l'as manqué hier dans le chat, là. Et on disait tous que j'étais pas game d'y aller. Puis,
ouais.
J'ai pas joué depuis le mois de mars.
Oui, mais ça a quand même pris 174 de moyenne, je pense, faire la cote l'année passée.
Même à ça, je pense pas que je serais capable de faire ça.
Écoute bien. Moi, je pense que tu serais capable.
Ah ouais? OK.
Il y a eu 2 ou 3 joueurs à 200 de moyenne. Moi, j'ai frisé le 200, 198, 19, quelque chose comme ça.
Ah, mais toi, t'es gaucher. C'est facile à gauche.
Easy à gauche. No transition, c'est pour ça. Alors, c'est ça. Ben, les gens du Québec, si vous désirez aller faire un petit tour à Rimouski, N'hésitez pas à contacter Mathis, il y a toujours de la place. Il y a vous pouvez jouer plusieurs rondes, donc puis il y a plusieurs allées aussi là-bas. Patron difficile par contre, attendez-vous pas, comme je disais, de tirer 200 de moyenne. Là, c'est le même patron qui va être utilisé. C'est comme 32, 33 pieds, c'est assez spécial. Il y en a quelques-uns qui ont fait le saut l'année passée, mais c'est correct, ça a été bon.
Aïe, 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 aïe.
Puis c'est Chris Bédard-Chagnon qui a gagné le tournoi l'année dernière. Il y a des commanditaires aussi, il y a des belles bourses, c'est intéressant. Des gens qu'on voit un petit peu moins aussi, étant donné que c'est plus dans l'Est. On a des gens de la Gaspésie qui se présentent.
On parlait de gestion des quilles. Jacob vient de faire un dallo sur un triplé.
Ooh.
So we were talking about pin management earlier. Jacob just threw a gutter on a three-bagger. Like, that is obviously an errant shot, but that's definitely like the worst thing that you want to have happen because he just lost tremendous
a lot of pins.
count right there. Free money.
And now we'll see if he goes Brooklyn, because sometimes this is what happened.
Yeah.
But
and dead
just a
nuts
perfect shot. Wow.
That is 50 push-ups right there.
At some point, you have to laugh. I mean, to laugh a little bit about it. At some point, but the good thing is that he's spared. So there you go. He knows what to do. Huh?
Yeah, that's it. You just have to laugh about it now. But it's just like it's one of those things where you're like, cheese and rice, as Mathieu Chouinard would say.
And it looks similar to what Del Ballard did at one point in the past. He went just a little bit outside.
Yeah. Great shot by Don Hogue.
Alors tranquillement, on approche la fin de cette première partie. Certains endroits, on est au 9e, 10e, sinon 7, 8, 9. Le rythme est différent d'une paire d'allées à une autre. Je vais devoir vous quitter dans quelques minutes pour aller faire ma job de statisticien.
Pour les Québécois qui écoutent, Cédric, 2,46 possible s'il punch out au 10. Donc 186 au 9.
Au 8 avec la barre au 9.
Au 8, oui, excusez. Mathis Blanchette peut jouer 178 max avec un spare ici au 9. Donc peut-être pas le départ qu'il souhaitait. Réserve.
Donc ça il fait 129 au 8 avec réserve au 9.
So our buddy Jason D helping us out here with the PBA standing. Mitch is 11th, Zach 25th, Graham 3rd.
What?
Really, Graham 3rd. I didn't see that yesterday. Nice.
No, but my what was more for Frankie.
Yeah, 86th, yeah. And I'm surprised too because Frankie's been working on his game and his swing looks really good. So I don't know, especially and they even bowled on short yesterday, I think. And it's his home house. Well, home house. North Rock is in his home city, so that's very surprising. Bon matin, Bruno, et toute la gang au bureau.
Certainement qu'il doit avoir... On a-tu un écran dans l'entrepôt, nous autres?
Ah, on a plusieurs écrans.
Plusieurs, oui. À la boutique, je le sais, mais à l'entrepôt.
Oui, ils le mettent...
Ils le mettent, oui.
Au lieu de mettre de la musique rock, ils mettent le bowling des fois.
Oui, au lieu de mettre la musique à Jonathan.
Ouais.
Donc Donc, les gars au bureau et les filles aussi au bureau, on vous remercie d'être là, de toujours suivre ça avec nous. On va accompagner votre journée. Aujourd'hui, ça devrait finir plus tôt, par contre, on l'espère, là, bien entendu, parce qu'en après-midi,
On coupe à moitié.
on coupe à moitié. Donc, 68 hommes. Il va en rester 34 pour la ronde d'après-midi et 32 femmes. Il va en rester 16 pour la ronde d'après-midi. Et je crois, Marc, là, je vais devoir vérifier, mais qu'on utilise le même nombre d'allées. Alors, il va peut-être y avoir trois joueurs par paire au lieu de 5 ou 6. Ça va jouer rapidement. Le rythme va être endiablé cet après-midi. Alors, on ne partira pas d'ici à 8 heures comme hier. Puis on salue Éric Saint-Arnaud. Je sais qu'Éric est un fidèle auditeur dans son garage où il fait l'entretien des voitures, qui est esthétique de voitures à Trois-Rivières. Éric, il a une grosse télévision. Il y a le bowling toute la journée.
Molly Nimchuk's having a really good game here on 11 and 12 with a 5-bagger in the 8th. Where did she finish yesterday? Is she in the running for the youth? Yeah, she's
Not running for youth, but running for a
running
cut
for the
that
team,
week.
yeah. Well, she's in the cut right now, 13th. So big game here is going to push her up into the top 12 easily. Good.
And it's probably the longest string of strikes that we've seen so far this morning. On both sides.
Well, right now in the scope of view that we have here, who's MB on 21-22? Is that Matisse?
21-22?
Well, we're
I
seeing
can
more
tell.
4-baggers on the screens than yesterday, it seems. So that could be a good sign. Donc sur la 17, je ne sais pas si vous voyez la 17 à votre écran. Oui, on la voit un peu. On va voir Cédric ici, qui peut possiblement jouer 2,46 ici avec un triplé au 10. So on 17, Cedric, if he strikes out, 246.
Yeah, un peu trop mince.
Yeah, so,
Il laisse la 2.
so he's going to be in the 220s. Still, I would definitely take that.
Of
Yeah.
course. Là, je vois Marc, la 9-10 a terminé. Alors, je vais aller faire un tour à l'autre ordinateur. 9 and 10
Ouais.
is done. So I will leave you for some time here doing the stats. And as Bruno said, I am the pro with stats.
Yeah.
Merci Bruno pour le commentaire des statistiques. On se revoit plus tard tout le monde, Marc. Continue
Yes.
ta bonne job,
Merci beaucoup.
comme d'habitude.
So Molly crossing over with the 10 pin there, or 5 pin, sorry. A little bit of an errant shot. So she could shoot 2-0. Strikes out. All right, so a couple more 200 games that we're seeing this morning. Two teens a bit everywhere. J'ai pas trop vu ce que tu faisais. C'est quoi? Une purple? Moi, je dirais oui, là, pour l'instant. Ouais. Moi, je dirais oui. Good morning, Stephen. Long time. How's it going? Thanks for joining us. All right, we're slowly creeping up in viewership. Obviously, people are waking up. Glad to be with you for your morning coffee. Hopefully, we do a better job than the guys at CTT to wake you up in the morning. What'd you get? 257? Nice, good. 257, Nick Blagojevich. So the leader keeps leading. So it's safe to say a little bit more high scores this morning, a little bit more hittable. We didn't see 250s early. So purple or envy? Purple.
I was gonna throw the envy.
Yeah.
And then I threw.
You kind of inish like around 12 or?
With the purple, yeah.
Yeah.
Like 12 to 5.
Yeah. Okay.
Envy was like up 5.
Yeah. I watched you in practice. Yeah. So he's throwing purple hammer around 12. 12 to 5, is he saying? I don't know if he was looking around to see what other pairs are doing or if he's coming to the snack bar down here. I hope he was scouting. Qu'est-ce que t'as joué? Qu'est-ce que t'as joué? Qu'est-ce que t'as joué?
Une graine.
Non, mais c'est quoi le score?
149.
Oh, OK, ouais.
Comme ça, c'est pas des jokes, là. Là, je suis honnête dans la vie. Tu m'as entendu?
Oui, t'entends. Veux-tu saluer quelqu'un?
Hein?
Hein? Non.
Oui, sur le bout des doigts, mais mes boules rentrent pas.
Push-up fermé.
Ah ouais. Voilà. Je veux juste faire la petite cote de 34. Je ne ferai pas l'équipe, je sais. Je pratique pas.
Bon, je vais parler un peu. Il faut que je parle un peu. Là. On a parlé hier de l'importance de,
Faire les semaines?
de prévoir l'imprévisible. Puis t'as pas pacté des sus plus grands.
Non, là-dessus, je sais. Là-dessus, je sais. Je blâme personne d'autre que moi. Il n'y a pas à cause des balles. Moi.
Ben, let's go, change ça. Là.
Ouais.
Hein? C'est correct. Il est 7h30 du matin. Là. On va prendre ça comme des faits. OK?
Je prends pas de défaite.
Non, je sais.
Je suis jamais de même. Je suis jamais de dire ah, c'est ça, c'est ci, c'est ça. Non.
Ben là, premièrement, t'as pas les bonnes chaussures dans les pieds.
Ils sont dans mon sac.
OK, c'est bon.
Je reviens de 36. Je reviens de 36.
Mon cousin, il a les mêmes. Il serait fier de toi.
C'est con, faux, ça.
Hein? Je porte du 13, hein? OK?
12.
Hein?
Prochaine. Mais non. Hey, avec le bowling, je n'ai pas le temps de pratiquer tant que ça. Je pratique à minuit le soir pour lancer des crises de balle.
C'est pour ça que je joue pas.
Hein?
C'est pour ça que je joue pas.
Ben, moi, c'est parce que je suis encore jeune et j'ai encore du talent. Je pas, mais j'en ai.
À 22 ans.
Hein? Ben, quand je travaillais pour toi, ouais.
Ouais.
Ben, non. Je pratique 3 fois, mais je finis à minuit et on va jouer jusqu'à 2 h du matin. Mais là, tu t'en vas. Là, tu vas avoir un
Tu viens où, là, sur 13-14?
15-16.
OK.
Tu pourras avoir du fun à faire le.
C'est
J'ai
ça.
dit à Guillaume.
All right, scores should be up shortly. We got a couple of pairs still now in the 10th. So Jacob can strike out for 196. 176. That first hit in the 10th sucks. Like, you... I always hated it. It's like, you strike in the 9th, it's good.
Now you're trying to just.
But then you get tapped like this. It's like, it's 20 pins right there. And honestly, like in like a tournament setting, like you've bowled the Masters and the U.S. Open, like that hit over 3-4 games, that's 100 pins, right? Like that's like going, yeah. And there's another 10 push-ups, right?
I'm good for like.
You know, I bet Jacob yesterday that he finished in the top 10. I would do 100 push-ups, so I owe him 100 push-ups. But now he went 4-bagger straight. He went 4-bagger gutter. So I texted him. I said, "That's 50 right there, just for that." And now opening the 10th.
So now you just have like
That's
40
it.
left to do.
Yeah, I'll still do them.
100?
I'll still do them. Yeah.
When?
Well, after when we're done.
Want to do 50-50?
No, I'll do 100.
I'll help you.
Yeah, I don't need the help.
I don't know. You don't work out anymore.
Yeah, no, I do.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, don't worry, kid. We were talking about this yesterday in the chat. Mathieu Ménard was like, "Oh, let's go, bro," and we were talking about Mathis Bibo. That yeah, it was good.
He's doing great.
Yeah, no, he's doing good. I don't know what he shot that game.
201.
201. Good. All right. All right. Chris Esden can shoot 211, striking out.
And he's behind by 12 pins from Matisse.
Yeah. Needs a good shot here. Looks good. Come on. Okay. 2 pin. Take it. Good shot. All right. So could shoot 190 here. Not bad. However, there were some big games on the high end, so. Good shot by Donald Hogue. Whoa.
You know what's worse than having a 10 pin on the 10 frame? That.
Yeah. And he had a good game going, opening the 9th. I don't know what he missed there. I didn't see it. All right, good cover by Chris. I would try something now. Like on the fill shot here, it's a free shot. But I don't think he will. We see Don reaching for something else, maybe, no, different thumb. I think his ball is going like a tad too long and it's like a little bit snappier. He's got a 2-inch pin exponent that I wouldn't mind him. Like, honestly, if I was in his corner, I would tell him to throw it now in the fill. Just to get a look for it. Good shot by Chris. Yeah, move left a bit. All right, good shot. Hogue missed the 10 pin. Yeah. Il a bien joué cette game-là, c'est bon. Ah, foul. Hey, j'ai pas vu ça. So Chris with the foul and the fill shot. It's 10 pins just poof, gone. Ay, ay, ay. All right, we'll try to get scores up as soon as possible here. Let's see if Guillaume put up the women's scores, because the women are already in the next game. All right, let's see how this transition happens. Okay, so Jordan whiffing the head pin to the right. Looks like he's hooking it quite a bit with the red IQ on 15. Let's see Chris Bedard here on the right. You're going to see him off screen. That was a bad shot. Tugged it. Okay, scores are being updated. Shouldn't be long. All the men have moved, so give us a couple seconds. Good. All right, scores are up. All right, donc encore en première place, Nicholas Blagojevic, who is pulling away here, almost 200 pins ahead of Darren Alexander with another 240 game, 257. Jennifer Bassana as well, kind of pulling away from the pack here with a 100 pin, 80 pin advantage. And Jade Cote and May, one on top of each other here. So the cut that we're going to have to watch for, pretty tight on the men's side. And there's about 3-4 women here. Pretty, it's between 12th and 19th isn't that much of a stretch here. 18th, so 20 pin gap between 14th and 19th. And on the youth side, about 30 pin deficit for Chris versus Matisse. Yeah, and 60 pins between third and fourth, so that's not impossible. And then on the girls' side, about 100 pin gap between Kristen Jolly and Sam Cirillo. So let's update the ticker on the bottom here for you guys. Paste. All right, scores are now updated. Donc, encore une fois, pour les scores, comme vous venez de voir à l'écran, rendez-vous sur tenpincanada.com ou sinon aussi sur le site web de l'XR lui-même, lxresult.com. Et vous allez voir un lien là-dedans pour les championnats canadiens. Cliquez là-dessus, puis gardez ça comme un favori sur votre téléphone, puis simplement rafraîchir à chaque partie, puis vous allez voir les scores. So, again, head over to tenpincanada.com, go to the Team Trials link, and you'll find a link there for the competitor list. That'll take you to the lecture page right there, or you can go to lxresult.com and scroll down. That's the global database for all lecture competition ongoing in the world. And you'll see a link for the Canadian Team Trials there. Bookmark that and simply refresh as we go. And you can click on your favorite player and see their scores and all that. So if you're just joining us this morning, this is game 2 of block 3. So basically games 13 through 18. We're bowling on 38 feet LA, the shortest of the patterns, of the 5 patterns that we're going to be bowling on at this tournament. After this 6-game block, we're cutting to half the field. So on the men's side, that will be a cut for 34, and on the women's side, a cut to top 16. And then they will bowl another additional 6 games this afternoon on 44-foot London, I believe. Let me double check that. Memory's a bit cloudy this morning, but let's just double check that. Yeah, 44-foot London this afternoon. And then they cut to 12. So tomorrow morning, we will only have the top 12 men and women competing. So again, if you go to the stats website, you will see some lines almost everywhere across the board. Nice spare by Mathis on 14. Belle réserve de Mathis sur la 14. What you will see is just lines everywhere. Those will be the different cut lines. And if you scroll down, you'll see the youth standing. So that's basically the top 4 youth total pinfall. Even if they miss the cut, it's just total pinfall. Will make up the youth team. So yesterday on the stream, we were talking with We were talking with Ty Rose. We were talking with Joe Kayak, with Art Oliver. We had some discussion also with Bill Rowe. And one of the things that we had discussed with Art was the importance of preparation of equipment and making sure that you have all of your accessories. So one of the things that we had discussed was when you travel internationally, you pack your shoes, you make sure you have your slide soles and your carry-on, because those are the things that are a little bit hard to pack. In today's day and age with interchangeable inserts, you might want to have maybe 2-3 inner sleeves that you could use just in case one breaks or you lose one. I'm not a particular fan of having a bigger one and a smaller one, but obviously having a bigger one doesn't hurt in a situation like this if you're not used to bowling this many games. But I used to use at least 8 pieces of tape in my usual thumbs regardless, so it didn't really make a difference for me. But yeah, those are some of the things. But the reason why I'm saying that is because this morning, people use this TV booth as a place to vent, which is good, and I'm here for that. And a lot of people are like, I can't get my fingers into my ball. And Chris came up to me this morning and said that, and I had somebody else yesterday on Messenger last night. It's like, I can't get my fingers in the ball. That's right now the pro shop is closed because it's still very early in the morning, and you don't have that luxury of just walking in and changing your grips. But that becomes one of the things that should be in your accessory bag, is a little pot of glue and maybe a couple sizes of different inserts, just in case you need to make that change, right? Like, especially, maybe in a different climate. Like here, it's not bad because, we're still in Canada, but, maybe somebody out west isn't used to being this cold. Who knows? You go with Team Canada, you go to Thailand, and it's a completely different climate, very humid. I know when I used to travel to the Middle East to bowl there, it's extremely cold inside the building. And when you go out, it's extremely hot. So you just hot, cold, and you're swelling like crazy. That was always a tough time for me. But yeah. So again, just always expect the unexpected at these events. Bring extra slide soles. Maybe you never used in your life a number 10 slide sole, but here you're sticking. You might, never know. You might need one at some time, and that day might be today. So just make sure you pack some of the essentials at least. Donc on parlait hier un peu avec Art Oliver de prévoir l'imprévisible. Puis aujourd'hui, j'ai eu quelques commentaires de gens qui n'étaient pas capables de rentrer leurs doigts dans leur boule parce qu'ils ont trop enflé. On voit sur la 11, Alexandre Auclair qui manque un spare, la 3-6. C'est des erreurs que tu ne peux pas faire. Puis aussi, je le sais qu'elle n'a pas eu une journée phénoménale hier. C'est des trucs qu'il ne faut pas faire. Puis, comment je peux dire ça? C'est ça, donc comme on parlait, présentement la Pro Shop est fermée. Donc là, on peut facilement mettre le blâme sur la Pro Shop parce qu'il n'est pas ouvert. Mais quand on parle de prévoir l'imprévisible, c'est l'idée d'avoir des suces dans ton sac d'accessoires avec un petit pot de colle pour justement, si jamais il faut, ben au moins vous l'avez, puis on arrive ici un peu plus tôt le matin, puis on change les suces. C'est facile d'être la victime dans des cas ici, comme je dis, la Pro Shop est fermée. Ah ouais, mais la Pro Shop aurait dû être ouverte. Je m'excuse, mais tu aurais peut-être dû amener des inserts dans ton kit. Des fois, il faut que tu contrôles ce que tu peux contrôler. So like I said, some people would maybe play the victim in this case. They would say, oh, the Pro Shop should be open. Well, I would rather say control what you can control, and that's the fact that you should have had some inserts in your accessory bag. So... Yeah, and as we see in the chat, thanks for chiming in, guys. Sean, this is a good one here. When I went to Panama in 2015, the first shot was with no tape in my thumb. So that's exactly. You never know what can happen. See, we learn from the best. Always bring extra grips in your kit bag. During my career, I didn't use inserts. I used to drill straight into the ball, keep it very sharp. And I used to drill the holes a little bit bigger because of that, because I didn't want to be able to go into the pro shop and, sand the holes. I would much rather, get used to them being a little bit bigger and using tape, and then being able to change it around. If ever I swelled up, I would just remove some tape in the fingers and it was good to go. Now I use grips because I'm smarter now than I was 20 years ago. And when you drill them vacuum especially, that allows the grip to expand a little bit. So that's another life hack if you wanted to. And one of the things as well that is maybe a misknown accessory out there, and I'll talk for Turbo. If you see, like whenever I'm on the screen, I do have a Turbo logo on my old jersey here. This is a throwback jacket from one of my first teams with Team Canada, my last teams, excuse me. And I still have my Turbo logo on it. I used to be on staff with them. Turbo does make a grip that's called the Quad Pro. And it's a stiffer grip. It's very stiff. It's almost, I'm going to say PVC-esque. It's really stiff. So for a guy like me that bowled his whole career without grips, going to grips really feels like I'm bowling with a pillow in my fingers. So having those pro quads, a little bit stiffer, even with the vacuum installation method, it's not as bad. So it's still got a rough feel to them. And I cut my inserts with a razor blade so the edge is still sharp. So just maybe check those out. Only come in black and blue, so no fancy colors. So definitely a little bit of if you want to try something new, why not? It's a little neat thing that's a little hidden gem in my opinion. Bon, on voit Mathis ici qui comme entre deux là. Yeah, Billy Rose, you're still no grips even today? I don't know, that would be, like I said last year when I bowled league, I bit the bullet and went to grips for the first time since I'm 14 years old, so it's a bit tough with no more callus on my fingers to go back to the ultra sharp edge. And I didn't want to put in the time to rebuild that, so I wussed out there and made a bit of a change there, but so good morning, everyone. This is game 2 on the 38-foot, I'll do air quotes, short pattern. I miss the old 32-foot patterns, but that's my nostalgia speaking. So 38 feet is the shortest of the 5 patterns that we're going to see this week. Once they bowled 6 games this morning, we will then cut to half the field. It's 34 men and 18 women, if I'm not mistaken. And then they will bowl another 6 games tonight on 44-foot London. And then cut to top 12 for tomorrow's competition. C'est un bon pitch, ça. Ah ouais, continue.
C'est pas une main, c'est pas une lampe. J'ai eu toutes mes 3 twists, c'était ça, une main.
Ah ouais, comment? Lâche pas.
J'essaie.
C'est- All right, one of the habitual followers here in the chat, Lee King. Good morning, sir. How's it going? Was thinking about going without grips. This used to be a thing that was a bit more popular in the early 2000s, but I just feel like today it's with even the power game being more prevalent and also the two-handers, it's kind of been a lost art. I almost would not suggest it as a first option today, but that's just my opinion right now. I would use it as a last resort for someone that's having some swelling issues and things like that. Especially today with all these different grip tapes that you can put on your fingers and things like that for preventing injury and things like that. I was never able to do that. I'm just so old school that I always wanted to feel the ball on my skin, so I would skin patch for life. That's I could never use a thumb tape on my thumb. It just felt so weird. So, but I know today, even Caroline, my wife, we don't bowl as much anymore, so we go in more for comfort. And she even wears thumb tape now, and I still don't know how she does it. I could never wear that stuff on my thumb. And even on my fingers. It would be a total last resort. I had to be, bloody or something for me to be able to do that. And even at that, it just always kept peeling off. So I think there's better ways today. It's just, me being a bit of an old school guy, trying to make some changes sometimes is a bit tough, but... Bon, Mathis qui manque une réserve facile au 6e. We're going to need a score change on 14. Il va falloir... hang on, I got to get the score change here. Okay, we got a score correction on 13. Beat you to it. Beat you to it. It's funny, guys, like sometimes working with some of these younger players, I'll make like a funny, like not a funny joke, but like a funny adjustment where I'm like, just put your ring finger in just a little bit deeper. They kind of look at me with a puzzled look, and I'm like, yeah, just do it. Like having bowled with some of these guys on the team and even some of the other local players, like for those who know, I'll throw out a name here, Matthew Chouinard, used to work for us. And I learned some crazy stories about him, like when he used to bowl in Korea. And actually this afternoon they're inducting Mark Doy into the Hall of Fame, and he was one of his teammates as well. This is, really throwback here. And he was telling me a story when he had gone to Korea, and this was when the national team was sponsored by Brunswick, and they had drilled up these HPH, HPD at the time. And he would just go out, get a ball drilled, and just do a round hole, and if it didn't fit, he would just lick his thumb and just put it into the ball and be like, yep, this is good, okay. So he just like licking his thumb like a popsicle, throw it in the hole and say, yeah, this is good. And, you know, just, so hearing those types of stories kind of makes you, you know, numb to basically like, oh, it needs to be perfect. Like just, you know, make it close and just execute. So those were always funny stories that I totally appreciated as a younger player, and be like, what? And even to this day, like some of these things, just like, I remember last year bowling the Manitoba Open, and I couldn't get my ring finger in, and all I would do was lick the back of my ring finger just to give a little bit of lubricity to make it get into the finger hole. And yeah, sometimes you just got to figure it out. I know it's a bit nasty, but hey, you do what you got to do. Yeah, speaking about Nicholas, he's improved his game so much over the last year. It's crazy. I even texted him last night personally, and I said, kid, you know, tip of the hat to you. And he was very happy with the comment I had made to him. He's like, hey, coming from you, it means a lot. And, you know, game respects game, man. Like, and, you know, this kid's put in a lot of work, he's put in the 10,000 hours to get where he's at today, and really, really good kid, good head on his shoulders. Had a good attitude. Yesterday morning came out, didn't bowl extremely good. If you're following him on social media, he did make a post about that, you know, saying that he threw his first ball pretty good, but second ball wasn't the greatest, so he improved on that in the afternoon and absolutely mauled him. Looking forward to seeing what he's going to do today, and you know, just coming out of the gate with 257 to start is definitely a good start. We're seeing more players going a little bit further left, even still with urethane. We see, but I don't know. Not seeing the transitions happen. We're not seeing that many higher scores. I can move around. I got another camera as well, so if we gotta move around. Yeah, if you wanted to do like 11, 12, 15, 16, I could make it happen, but you know, it makes things easier. No. Are you doing 3 on a pair this afternoon? Yeah, good.
A couple pairs with 2.
Okay, we'll go fast. Yeah, good.
And play guitar beside it.
There you go. She could take it. Oh, yeah, the guns. There you go. Yeah, so we're just asking Kathy and Jane, the warriors here from the CTF that are managing the show here, if it was going to be 3 on a pair this afternoon. So this afternoon's going to definitely increase the pace. So hopefully we're not out of here at 8 p.m. like yesterday. Mathis. Come on. 9-0 strike, 9-0. C'est pas acceptable, mon ami. Allez. Aïe, aïe. Ça, c'est des erreurs mentales bien raides. Des fois, quand tu es pris en 2 réactions de boule, il fait un changement de boule la première game, tu es en train de faire ta réserve puis tu es en train de penser à ce que tu veux faire dans le prochain pitch. C'est ça le piège. Puis il ne faut pas tomber dans ce piège-là. Spécialement quand ça va plus ou moins bien, il faut vraiment retourner à la base, focusser sur chaque lancer à la fois et finir ton carreau. So we see Mathis on lane 14 that just missed another single pin. So 9-0 strike 9-0. That's just not right. That's you can tell right away that he's thinking about the next shot. Canadian 10-Pin Federation on YouTube. So, hey gang, we're getting some requests here for the live stream. So again, make sure to share on Facebook if you can, so people can have access to the link. If you search Canadian Team Trials on YouTube, it should show up. Yeah, or Canadian Team Trials, just search on YouTube. Shouldn't be hard to find. Yep. I think Guillaume's missing some scores on the women's side. That's where he went just now. Just check that out. Je pense que Guillaume manque des scores du côté des femmes. Nous avons un peu de difficultés techniques ce matin, même avec certains planteurs. Donc on verra ce que ça dit. So Guillaume's picking up some of the women's scores because it seems like something didn't import proper. So we're having a little bit of technical difficulties this morning, even with some of the leans. So it won't be long for the scores. All right, so we got some guys that are making some moves, as we see in the chat. Travis Colley, also Tyler Lee, though it's on the feature pair. We'll keep an eye out on him, see how he's doing. We also have Sly not too far from us here that we can start looking at. Blagojevich is slowly creeping this way, so we'll be on the feature pair in the next 2 games. Mathis Bibot, who is currently 4th on the youth side. So we can get a good look at him. So yeah, so Guillaume was inputting the scores manually. It wasn't able, the system wasn't able to recoup. Scoring pace feels bigger today, like a little bit higher. But again, it could just be skewed by, you know, a couple of guys having a big first game. I am still seeing 120s and 140s across the board, so kind of hard to guesstimate after the first game. Like I said, we're having a bit of difficulty this morning with the system. All right, Mathis, go. Good shot. Okay. Salut Eric, comment ça va ce matin? Mathis joue avec une Idol Cosmos. Commençait avec sa pitch black, puis je pense pas que ça marchait, fait qu'il s'est tassé en dedans. Okay, women's scores are updated, not men's. So let's check this out. So Jen Basana is still leading. May is cutting into the lead there. What's going on here? Oh, 140-230 and 160. Okay, so Marissa looks like she had a good game there, 220. All right, so a little bit of movement there. Sam Cirilla moving up, really good. She went around Taylor for the youth side, so that's helping her out quite a bit. And now the cut being Augusta Bachman, 5 pins behind Chantal Gerard. And Naomi Herbeta dropping out of the top 16. But that was a tight race anyway, so we'll keep this a close look on this. Looks like Arena is kind of, it's a 40-pin gap there, but 160s are not uncommon. And yeah, as we see here, a little bit of a gap here on the youth girls side. So the top 4, not saying that it's cemented, but it's going to be hard to kind of make up these pins. About 80-pin gap there. Guillaume's popping in the scores for the men right now, so it shouldn't be long. All right, curve. Good shot. Where's Christine? Oh, 5th. Nice. 160-220, so rebounded there with a big game, but she's doing good. She's in the top. Christine Johnson sitting in the top 6 right now, so really good. Okay, I think men's scores are good now. Let's check it out. don't mind the scores on the bottom. I took the wrong file. That was only for this squad. Change this up here. All right, so there we have it. Okay, scores are now up for everyone. So Nicholas, almost a 200 pin gap here. What did he shoot that game? No, why is this not refreshing? Okay, 199. So right now, rounding out the top 34, Benjamin Ashman, 2550 for the men. And top 16 for the women, which is going to be the cut after game 6, Augusta Bachman, 24:39. So a bit of a tight race there, and even 34. So we'll check that out. On the youth side, still a tight race between 3rd and 5th. So we'll keep an eye on that. Chris Esden now squeezing in, 223 last game. All right, so make sure to refresh your scores page. Everything is up to date there. Un peu de difficulté. Un peu de difficulté. Ouais. See Sly on the 15 playing really, really far out. It looks actually pretty good. It's got a 5-bagger. Sly's playing the ditch, looks pretty good. Sly's playing the ditch, looks pretty good. Yeah.
That's what Don's doing.
That's Donnie's doing, yeah. How's he doing?
That's what Travis is doing. Don's like even. He's making up ground. He's not shooting any gangbusters.
Yeah. Yeah, just keep it out of, yeah. Travis is out too with a purple. Looking good.
He hasn't shot less than 220.
Yeah. What did Travis shoot last game? Travis is in 5th now. 220. I'll take that. Cédric, 225, 150. strike for Marissa Naylor. She could shoot. Oh, scoring mistake there. It could be in the 220s for Marissa Naylor. Going up on lane 12 is going to be Jade Côté. Currently in 4th. Ouais, Mathis Blanchette ce matin manquait beaucoup de réserves faciles, donc il a facilement laissé une cinquantaine de quilles sur le board. Mais toutefois, t'es encore 4e, donc faut juste pas que ça continue. Yeah, so going up on 12 now, Jade Côté, and on the left, on 11, Naomi Herbeta. Great shot by Mathis. Get back in the game here. Thought Tyler Lee was going to have a good event. Let's see how he's doing. Sitting in 7th right now, so doing pretty good. He's one of those players that's really good at the extremes. He could play pretty straight, and he really likes to bend it. So once it gets to those points, somebody to watch out for. Oh boy. You see the expression on Tyler's face. That was a double face palm emoji. Hey Carmen, is that an old school Hammer Red Pearl, or is that the new overseas release that they came out with? Yeah, I agree that hook and urethane is it's a different art. I know Sly's a bit old school with some of his stuff, so I can respect that. Well, it's looking good right now, and honestly, the middle part of the lane in team trials has always been difficult because the field is a bit mixed, especially before the cut is done. So there's a lot of traffic in the usual spots, right? So like the track area, where most bowlers are comfortable, they always try to gravitate towards that. So those zones become toast pretty quick sometimes, and usually getting on a longer pattern, being the furthest left, somewhat is advantageous sometimes. And on a shorter pattern, sometimes like we're going to look here on lane 14 with Samuel Demers, playing further right could be more of a safe haven than anything, right? So, donc on voit ici sur l'allée 14 avec Samuel Demers qui joue pas mal très droit, là, comme 5-2. Des fois, c'est des zones qui sont moins jouées parce que les gens sont moins confortables dans ces zones-là. Puis sur des villages difficiles, puis ici au Team Trial, où est-ce que tu vas avoir beaucoup de trafic dans les zones habituelles, entre guillemets. Des fois, jouer dans des zones avec moins de trafic, ça fait en soi que c'est plus constant de pair en pair. All right, everyone get your 5 up for Tyler. No? Okay. Boom. Players don't move fast enough. We got hands up in the chat too. Come on, boo. He's not looking. It's okay. Hit it. So here's the thing, with there being transition, people are going across the house, you're going pair to pair. If you're kind of like in between ball reactions right now, like in between shots, being 6 on a pair, you do have time to walk around and scout a bit. If you're seeing someone with strikes on the board, it'd be a good idea to just stand behind them and watch a shot. So like I would look and see who's got a string of strikes. Example, like we're talking in the chat with Sly, he's got strikes going into the 9th. I can't see the scoreboard other than that. Like that would be someone I would go behind and just get an idea of like where the laydown spot is, or at least look where he's sliding. To me, laydown was always important because it gave you an idea of which zone the player's playing. Obviously, you want to see where they're throwing at the arrows as well, but if at least you could see where they're sliding, like from a distance, gives you an idea where they're laying the ball down. So, how's Darren Chan doing? I like his game. He's throwing it good. 54th. So he's got about 100 pins to catch up to make the cut for tomorrow, tonight. His push-ups. Yeah, I just looked at the standings. Looks like he had a rough day yesterday, so I actually owe 100 push-ups as well. So after the tournament, I'll definitely get those in. So yesterday, I bet with Jacob Emu. I said if he made top 10, I would do 100 push-ups for him. And he said, I missed 13 makeables yesterday. And then he showed me his list, and he was counting like washouts and super washouts. I don't count those as makeables in my book, but so I was like, no, you only owe 70. And he's like, okay, well, that means like 100 minus 30 or minus 70, that's only 30 marks, so you only owe 30. I was like, no, I'll do the 100. You got to do your 72. Come on, man. A bet's a bet. Oui, Naomi, 138. Marissa Naylor can strike out for 215. Ah ouais, Mathis, let's go. Donc Mathis peut jouer avec 190 cette game-ci. Looks like Chris Esden can shoot a 240 here. Big strike in the 10th. That gives him a double. What does he have? 198 in the 8th. So yeah, it could be 240. So he's pulling away from Matsis here for the 4th position on the youth team because Matsis can only shoot 190. So now he's giving him a 50 pin cushion. Marissa 202 that game. That should still keep her in the top 3. Unless Jade Côté shot 149. So you're going to see Jade Côté drop there. Donc Jade Côté avec 149 cette game-là. Marissa qui était par-dessus elle en 3e joue 202. Je pense pas que ça va changer. I don't think it's going to change the top 4 on the girls' side. Okay, Chris Esden got the double. So that's putting him in a way better position for the youth team, creating a bit of a gap there. Is he going to catch up to Jacob? What did Jacob shoot?
Before he gets busy? Yeah?
No,
You good?
I'm good. Taking it easy.
What's that?
Taking it easy today.
You're not chatting much?
I'm going to lose my voice if not.
You're losing your voice?
Yeah,
Okay. Well, maybe you need someone to help you too.
there you go. OK, donc, bonne question ici. Bon matin, Marc. Est-ce que les 18 de partie de qualifient l'équipe junior ou il continue? Attends, je vais mettre ça sur le chat ici. Donc, dans le fond, c'est total équipe abattu jusqu'à la fin du tournoi. Donc, s'il y a juste 4 juniors qui se rendent après la coupure, ben, c'est comme ça finit là, genre. Là. Mais s'il y en a, disons, 6 qui se rendent à la cote jusqu'à demain, même dans le top 12, ben, ça continue jusqu'à la dernière partie du tournoi actuel. T'sais. Donc, c'est vraiment total d'équipes abattues d'ici la fin du tournoi. Comme ça qu'il faut penser ça. So the question we got was, for the youth, does that end at the end of the 18 games? No, it's at the end of the tournament. So if there's only 4 youth players that do make the last cut, like let's say the top 12, then yeah, the team basically stops there. But if there's still players that are continuing, let's say, you know, 6 out of the top 12 are still youth, well, it's basically top total pinfall, top 4 until the last ball is thrown. It's going to push. I'm yelling out to Mathis to try something on the fill. All right, so here's example 101. Threw a bad shot, went Brooklyn, left a 5-pin. It's on a fill. Try something here. Like, you're not, that extra pin is not going to make that much of a difference at this point. But if you could get a different read in a different part of the lane, take it. So I just told Mathis to move way right with urethane and give it a shot. So let's see what happens there. Donc j'ai dit à Mathis, tu sais, comme là, il a laissé la 5, essaye quelque chose, là, c'est un lancer gratis. Fait que on verra que ça dit. 179 pour Mathis, puis Chris a joué 2,40. Donc là, il vient de se créer un trou de 70 quilles. welcome everyone. This is day 2 of the team trials here at Burlington Bowl. Bonjour à tous. Voici le deuxième jour de team trials, les parties 13 à 18. On joue sur le 38 pieds Los Angeles. On vient de finir la 3e partie de la journée. On joue 6 parties, ensuite on coupe à la moitié. Donc on va couper à la fin de la matinée ici à 34 hommes et 16 femmes. Donc si vous vous rendez sur soit le lien de 10pin Canada, 10pincanada.com, ou sinon lxresult.com, descendez jusqu'à temps que vous voyez le lien pour le Team Trial, ça va être en bleu. Et vous pouvez cliquer là-dessus et sauvegarder ce lien-là pour simplement faire des rafraîchissements au cours de la journée. So right moves right, left moves left. On the men's side, they are now skipping a pair, whereas yesterday they were just moving next door. Now they're moving 4. So 14 goes to 18, basically. And 13 goes to whatever up there, 33, I guess. All right, so we got the prodigy coming on here, Travis Colley, one of my favorites this week. You know I'm calling the action here for CTF, and I'm doing what I'm supposed to for you guys as well, but I'm a fan of bowling as well, and I've had a chance to work with some of these players and bowl against some of these players, and respect a lot of the time and effort that a lot of these people have put into their games. However, I've seen a lot of these, quote-unquote kids grow up through the ranks of the Players' Tours and things of that nature. La game de position va jouer devant la caméra. J'en ai aucune idée. J'ai une petite caméra ici, mobile, si jamais il faut. On se promènera pour voir les résultats de position rendus là. Honnêtement, je trouve que la ronde de position pour la coupure, c'est un peu trop. Je trouve qu'il devrait juste continuer la game. C'est une coupure à moitié. Je comprends que c'est important pour certains joueurs pour faire la coupure, mais je vais appeler ça une coupure d'entretien. Puis, je ne sais pas. Je trouve que c'est quelque chose. Si moi j'avais un vote là-dedans, je dirais juste laisser jouer. La cote pour les 12 est beaucoup plus importante que la coupure des moitiés, selon mon avis. Là. Tu te rends dans un autre jour, c'est vraiment quelque chose d'autre. So the question was, is the position round going to be in front of the camera? I doubt it. I don't think so. So we have a mobile camera that if ever there's any action for a cut, we can make that happen. And that's one of the things too, is like, again, I'm covering for CTF the action here, but there's certain things in the way that the tournament is run, like this, the position round for the first cut, I believe is a bit overkill. I know that the cut's important for certain players, but it's more of a I'll call it a maintenance cut just to narrow down the field a bit going into the last day. But you want a position round maybe more for the top 12 than like if you had to pick one. That's more of an important cut. Or even especially making the top 6, right? Like once we get to making top 6 for determining who makes the team, that position round is really, really worth it. So that's where it becomes way more important than here, in my opinion. So we see our leader off to the right on 15, still hooking the purple a little bit, which is interesting. Okay. Donc, so for the scores this morning, we're having some trouble interfacing with the AS80 scoring system here. And we have to input the scores manually this morning for some reason. It worked for game 1, but now game 2 and 3, not so much. So we're going to be letting Guillaume do that, taking his time. So probably around frame 5, we'll have an update. So Travis going a bit high on the left lane. Seemed a bit soft with the speed. Yeah, he's not quite up the gutter. He is taking a little bit of hand out of it. Seems like, especially on the fresh, just to kind of keep the ball on line. But yeah, he's a tremendous player, and really hope he makes it. Makes the top 6 and makes it on the team. Get his spot back. Let's go, boy. Keep it up. Just gave props to Sly. Doing good. Also have May and La Chapelle on the featured pair. Great physical game, good rev rate. Her and Miranda going to be staples on the team for quite some time. Also have Christine Johnston on the feature pair, also in the top 6, I believe. Yep. So we got quite the feature pair. Also Alex Garot currently in 3rd on the men's side on the feature pair. Oh, the backup ball. Ooh, almost. Let's get a look here at Tiff Griffith. She's currently in 12th. About 80 pins out of 6th, so never say never. Big game kind of pushes you up in the leaderboard pretty quick when the scores are this low. Les femmes, c'est correct. Okay. So we should have 15 games up for the women now. Yes, we do. I'll wait for Christine to throw a shot and then look at the scores together. We have a leader change. Marissa Naylor now leading the tournament. So 203. So what happened here to Jen? Oh boy. Okay, bit of a tough morning for Jen. Sam Cirillo now squeezing into the top 6. Wow. So we see out of the top 6, 3 of the youth. Tiff moving up a spot. And now the cut. About 45 pins, 35 pins. And on the youth side, what do we got here? 30, 40 pins, yeah, between Augusta and Taylor. So we're going to keep an eye out on that for the next couple of games. However, it's kind of safe to say that the youth team is going to probably be decided tonight, because there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 youth players that could make the top 16. Okay. Donc, ici, on voit du côté des filles, on a déjà les 15 parties d'enregistrées. Puis si on regarde du côté junior, on a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 joueurs qui peuvent être théoriquement dans le top 16. Donc, l'équipe junior femme ne sera pas décidée, je crois, après cette première coupure. Je pense que ça va aller à cet après-midi. Et du côté des hommes, également. Parce que c'est ça, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Ouais. Donc, on ne saura pas l'équipe junior ce matin. So we won't know the youth team this morning. It'll happen this afternoon. So a good question here in the chat. In which province is bowling most popular? Don't forget, we got 4 different kinds of bowling in the country. 10-pin, duck-pin, 5-pin, and candle-pin. So if you're talking lane beds across Canada, it's an even split between 10-pin and 5-pin. The numbers that we have at Buffa Distribution is about 3,500 lane beds of 10-pin for about the same, I'd say about 3,000 5-pin across the country. And then duck pin's about, I would say, I think it's like 1,200 in Quebec, so it's actually pretty high for the province. And then candle pin, there's a couple of centers out east, that have quite a few lanes. Like I know the Art McMillan's chain has over 100 lanes between, I think it's like 5 or 6 centers in the candlepin world. Yeah, and just based on population, like Sean is saying, Quebec, Ontario, by far. For us as the distribution partner for all these brands, it's by far, it's like 80% of our business is Ontario, Quebec, just based on population and number of lane beds and number of bowlers. So I'd probably say, 40% Quebec, 40% Ontario, and 20% rest of Canada, if it's safe to say. I will say that the competitive side of bowling is still very present here in Ontario due to the Players Tour. That is one thing that I tip my cap to the people here in Ontario, trying to keep competitive bowling alive, and it's a very good tour. And if you're in the area, like we had discussed yesterday, there's a tournament on Saturday at Skyway in Hamilton, just down the road from here. Yeah, duckpin is it's only in Quebec, what we call soft duck in the industry, because it's duckpin with the rubber bands. In the US, there's another form of duckpin bowl. It's very similar to 5-pin, where they just rocket it to the pocket. And in the industry, we call that hard duck. because there's no rubber band around the pin. But duck pin is 100% now in Quebec. There used to be duck pin lanes at Club 300, but since that closed down, it's only 5-pin here in Ontario. So basically Ontario West is all 5-pin. Quebec is duck pin. And then Maritimes, New Brunswick, Newfoundland, PEI, that's all a mix between 5-pin and candle pin. And New Brunswick has a little bit of 10-pin, 2 or 3 centers, 2 centers. New Brunswick, Caraquette and La Quai d'Or. The 2 centers that come to mind. Yeah, agreed. Ontario 10-pin bowling is on the up and up. It's very healthy. And I feel like in terms of, like we had discussed, like there was a comment also about open play. It seems like the open play crowd prefers 10-pin. From what we discussed with some of the proprietors that we work with at Bufa Distribution in regards to, we are the Cubica AMF install partner here in Canada. So we do get a chance to work with, in over 200 proprietors with managing their systems. It's the places that have a split house will be, they'll tell you it's night and day. Like during the day, it'll be popular 5-pin for, senior leagues, Special O, things of that nature. And at night, it's like if they could flip it to 10-pin, they would. So it's a bit of a different crowd. So I think the 10-pin has a little bit of the advantage because of the social aspect of it being a little bit more requested, let's put it that way. All right, so Nick is kind of in between here, looks like. My message to Travis, his first shot looked good off his hand. I told him to move a bit right and square up and just keep the ball speed up. So let's see how that goes. So Von Grims, would you say 5-pin is at the rise at all? Hard to say. We have done some installs at some places where they have removed 5-pin lanes to put 10-pin lanes. I will say that, Stellar Lanes being one of them. Uptown Alley in Winnipeg, another one of them, that put in string 10-pin instead of 5-pin on certain lanes. Because of the demand, of the nighttime demand, right? The latest install we did of 5-pin, just so you guys know, was probably 2018, Fort McMurray. Now we're doing another one in Calgary, I believe. Not 100% sure on that one. So one of the things I can say on 5-pin is with the recent developments in string 10-pin, the machines are so much smarter, a lot easier to maintain, and now with USB-C approving a certain version of those machines, so it's like a V2 version of the machines. So I saw it for the first time at the IAPA trade show in November, and I will say that the new sanctioned USB-C machines are legit. Like the pinfall is far less wonky than it was with the version 1 machines. There's way more moving parts, so the frames per stop isn't as great as the version 1 machine. For a bowling center that does strictly open play, the version 1 machine is still the best option because it's basically built to never break down and have as least moving parts as possible. However, the pinfall does make it a little bit more gamified, I guess, if you want to put it that way. Yeah, really happy with the progression that's taken. And I think once that technology, the machines are smart, so it's connected to your smartphone, you have this cloud connectivity, it tells you what goes on when the pin setter's down. There's a video that explains how to fix it. Like those are all great features. Even the string adjustment, there's LEDs on each pin, so it tells you like what string needs to be adjusted. Like there's a whole slew of modern advantages to these new pin setters. And once that goes into 5-pin, I think you're going to see a resurgence of, modernizing the 5-pin community. And I'm not going to lie, guys, it's coming. If you were on the stream yesterday, I had spoken about us increasing the warehouse space that we have, and one of the reasons is because of that, to stock some of those machines is one of them. Vaughn, I might have missed it, but where are you from? So here the conversation has come up to remove 5-pin. It's again, it depends on the market. Like if you go to Eastern Ontario and you're in the Cornwall region, well, there's no 10-pin, right? So if you were to open something, probably open up some 10-pin since there isn't any, right? I know the project that we're working on back home in Montreal on the East End, it's all duck pin in our area. So, for me to put duck pin lanes in that center, it's kind of counterintuitive because there's already so much of it. So it really depends on your niche. Like even here at Burlington, they removed some lanes of 10-pin to make duck pin. So like lanes 41 through 48 or duck pin, or 5-pin. And, talking to the ownership here this week, I was like, so how is it? And they're like, it's okay. Only got a couple of leaks. So again, sometimes you got to try stuff to see if it's going to stick, and in some markets it does, some markets it doesn't. So it's hard for me to say yay or nay on that decision. Richmond Hill Pro Bowl. I will say as well that Alex at Bolorama Rexdale has removed some 5-pin to do more 10-pin because again, just the demand. If you keep turning people away because you don't have any real estate space to put them at, then there's that. Even going back to like Bob at Woodlawn, when he took over that place, they went 1 through 8, putting some 5-pin, and he was kind of full because I guess in the Kitchener area there's a little bit more demand for some 5-pin. So, to each their own, I guess. And that's the other thing too when it comes to converting from one sport to the other. The lane is visually the same, but there are some slight differences to the way that they're installed, or the way the pit is built and stuff like that. So sometimes for the the quote unquote purist, think of it this way, right? Like if the bowling center was a 5-pin center and they decided to go to 10-pin, like for us in 10-pin, we all know the importance of lane conditioning, right? Like it's compared to the other sports, 5-pin, duck pin, and candle pin, where some of these houses still do lanes by hand on the small ball side of things. For them to have a $60,000 lane machine is blasphemous, but for us it's of utmost importance. So if you revert that question backwards and you say, okay, a 5-pin center turns into 10-pin, and they don't understand that importance, I guess the play experience won't be great, and then vice versa, right? So like a 10-pin center converting to 5-pin, they're doing it because of the demand, but do they know it as well? And that becomes the hard part there. So, yep. Let's see if Guillaume's done with the scores. He is not. We're still scrambling to get scores for the men here. But, hey guys in the chat, thank you for these questions. Very good discussions to have. Donc la discussion qu'on a dans le chat, c'est à propos de où est-ce que le bowling est le plus populaire au Canada. Puis là, dans le fond, ma réponse était, il y a 4 sports de quilles au Canada. Tu as le candle, les petites quilles, le 5 quilles et les grosses quilles. Donc dans chaque province, ça a un poids un peu différent. D'après moi, Ontario, Québec, c'est pas mal 80% de la population du monde des quilles au Canada. Et après ça, 20%, ce serait comme le reste du Canada, selon la population, le nombre de centres, le nombre d'allées, etc. Après ça, dès que tu tombes en Ontario, ça devient strictement du 5-pin. Donc, la frontière ontarienne jusqu'à la frontière de l'océan Pacifique, c'est le territoire des 5 quilles. Puis dans les 5 quilles, on compte pas mal semblable du nombre d'allées installées. Donc, c'est environ 3500 grosses quilles versus 3005 quilles, à mon avis. Donc, c'est pas mal 50-50 dans ce coin-là, juste à cause de la popularité des 5 quilles dans l'Ouest canadien. Et après ça, au Québec, on connaît les petites quilles qu'on connaît. Entre autres, il y a 2 sports de petites quilles dans le monde, ce qu'on appelle les soft ducks au Québec avec la bande de caoutchouc comme on connaît. Puis aux États-Unis, dans le coin de Baltimore, puis la Nouvelle-Angleterre, c'est ce qu'on appelle du hard duck. Ils vont lancer ça un peu à la softball, là, vraiment fort. Puis après ça, tu as les quilles chandelles dans l'Est, dans les maritimes. OK, scores are now updated. All right, scores are scrolling down at the bottom now, so let's take a look. I don't want to take away from too much of the action here, so let's see if Travis makes this spare here. All right, good cover. Okay, so kind of building on his lead there. Okay, so that was game 4, wasn't it? No, game 3. So Travis now moving into 4th. Really good block so far. Did Matsis wake up? You know what? Let's go check, see who's leading here. All right, so leaders on the squad after 3, Sly, Nick, and Travis, 60-70 over. Chris Esden as well, 60 over. And on the girls' side, 2 people plus, Sam Cirillo and Christine Johnston. So as you can see, the scoreboard being very interactive, you could play around with it and see what's up. So right now the cut, Carson Warren tied with Jesmar Biscotto. Sorry if I butchered that name. And then on the girls' side, women's side, Orina and 17th Chantal. So about, yeah, still, yeah, well, we spoke about this earlier, yeah, because 15 games have been up for the girls for a while. Good. And the lead change with Marissa. All right, there you have it. Head over to lxresult.com, scroll down until you find team trials, and save that link. Come on, Travis. Pinch that one in, probably a bit soft. Oh boy, you guys are asking the good questions here. So we got some Sly and Tyler fans in the chat. Let's go. All right, so Jason D asking a good question here. What do you think about the Team USA, how they do their trials? Do you agree? So those of you who don't know, Team USA does things a little bit different. They don't use total pinfall. They separate the U.S. Amateur also with a separate championship versus the Team USA trials, which actually ain't bad. But they have the volume to do it. In our case here in Canada, I don't think there's enough entries to be able to do that. So there's that. Yeah, the way that they do it, it's basically like a point-based system on your finish per squad. So it's not pinfall, but it's position. And basically, the lower your number, the better you are. So if you lead every squad, you basically have 4 points. But if let's say you lead the first squad, and then you finish 40th in the next squad, well, you'd have 42 points, 41 points. So I don't mind it. I kind of feel like maybe the squads are too short to do that with a 6-game format. I don't know. My point of view is I don't think right now that's the right path for the CTF to take. I think we have something okay with the way it is. I honestly would prefer to see a little bit longer format, go back to like a 48-game format. That if you're asking me for my opinion on this, again, I'm streaming for the CTF, but I don't have any say in the way that they run the event. That would just be my 2 cents is try to stretch it out a bit. I feel like the 2 6-game blocks like yesterday was a very long day for the players. There could be a way maybe to add another day to the mix, but then that becomes tough because of lineage and all the things with the center availability and cutting leagues out, and I don't know. I don't think the format, like the point-based system, is the answer to help team trials become future-proof. So, we're still in transition. Last year was the first week of January. Now we're second week of January. So, hats off to the team at CTF for trying different stuff to try to make this work. And also shout out to the bowlers that obviously participate to make this work. Hope that answered your question. Donc, pour revenir à la discussion des 5 quilles et tout le reste, c'était pour savoir la popularité du sport et tout. Puis dans le fond, c'est, comme je dis, il y a quand même, moi je dirais que c'est comme 40% Ontario, 40% Québec et 20% le reste du Canada, avec tous les différents sports qu'on joue à travers le Canada. Ça aussi, ça va changer. Plus la donne au niveau des ventes de grosses boules versus souliers et tout le reste. Là. Mais en gros, c'est un peu ça là, pour ce qui est de la popularité des quilles. Après ça, on avait discuté aussi de la popularité des 5 quilles, parce qu'ici en Ontario, on a quand même beaucoup de 5 quilles, mais il y a quand même plusieurs bowling qui ont commencé à ôter des allées de 5 quilles pour mettre de la grosse quille à cause de la popularité des grosses quilles au niveau des clairs de lune. Donc les bowling qui ont soit des grosses quilles et des 5 quilles, les propriétaires avec qui on travaille, avec les systèmes Cubica. Oui, Guillaume.
177 de moyenne chez les hommes, 168 chez les femmes après...
OK, donc c'est moins qu'hier.
C'est moins qu'hier.
OK, donc moyenne accumulée chez les hommes, hier, toute la journée, c'était comme 180 de moyenne, puis là, on est à 176 de moyenne. Puis chez les femmes, encore moins. Guillaume avait dit comme 167 de moyenne ou une affaire de même. Donc, aujourd'hui étant moins fort qu'hier même. So Guillaume just told me that the conglomerate average of the men is 4 pins lower than what it was yesterday. So surprising, because it kind of seems like you're able to shoot a bigger game, but the average is lower. Well, again, Nick bowled so well yesterday afternoon that it kind of pulled the average up, so it could be that. And he's going to shoot 194 this game. take responsibility for the shoes that Sly's wearing. I think Wes was first up with those Gladiators, so we'll give Wes the props on that one. Hey Chad, thanks for engaging with me in this. It makes things a lot easier, makes things a lot more fun as well. You know, standing up all day watching bowling, and this is a little bit rough too because it's not the easiest of patterns, and so, you know, always trying to analyze while I'm talking. You know, watching the women, watching the men, it's not easy, I'm not gonna lie, but it makes it fun with the engagement that you guys give me. Thank you. So we'll see if, let's see who's watching here in the chat. If you guys have watched our streams in the past years, you know, sometimes I'll do some food orders and see who's who's the first to bring it up. One year at Classic Bowl, I was inquiring about pizza, and then next thing I know, Frank Tikar sends me a little pizza at the booth. That was pretty cool. So shout out to Frank if you're watching. So black coffee is never rejected, as well as water. And protein bars go a long way in these types of days. So much love to anyone coming this afternoon. Great shot by Travis. Good shot. You know what? This is a tough pair. 13-14 hasn't been the greatest pair in the house. So walking out of here with, you know, just a couple under, not the end of the world. All right, Tiff is going to shoot 227 here, which is really good for her score. Because she's now in 11th, so that's going to be a really good step in the right direction. Let's go, Mom. Let's go, Mom. Oh, yeah. All right, good spare for Trav. Alex a joué 170. Il a ouvert au 10e. Donc, pas trop désastreux. Il est quand même bien placé. Là, il est en 3e place. Il est pas mal collé avec Travis, mais là, Travis vient de le dépasser. Parce qu'il y avait juste 4 quilles entre les deux. Donc maintenant, Travis devrait être 3e, à moins que Sly ait joué une grosse partie. So, Travis should have moved up a spot there. With that game going around Alex Garot. And Nicholas, who's going to be on the feature pair next. Shot 183 that game. And what did Sly shoot, since we got Sly fans? He is going up now on lane 19, so you could see him. You might see it off to the right of your screen there. Ooh, 10 pin. So 10 pin in the 10th. That's going to give him 201 with spare strike. right. Hey, Vaughn, you got some really good questions here. What kind of league average do you think someone should have before they start competing at the team trials? So actually yesterday after competition, I did get quite a few messages on Messenger about like, hey, what should I do tomorrow, yada, yada, this and that. And as you can see on screen, there's a little bit of a hodgepodge of, everyone from the who's who to the industry to some new players to people that have, there was some kid that came up to me yesterday saying that he had only been bowling for 2 years and he came to bowl team trials. So I treat this tournament as like the cherry on top. So let's put it this way. I believe that you need to work your way through a feeder system, like some sort of like either a sport league or some scratch tournaments, right? So like you've got the Players Tour this weekend, you've got the Manitoba Open this weekend as an example. You might have like some Swiss tournaments left and right. Like I know the BC guys go down to Seattle quite a bit to bowl some of that stuff. And those are great to be able to check your skills out, right? Check your skill set, make sure your equipment's on point, your fit's on point, because bowling 3 games of league, you're not putting your hand under any pressure, right? So like as we were talking earlier this morning, some people are having trouble just with grip sizes, right? And that's something that they're like, whoa, this never happens in league. Well, you're never bowling 12 games a day in league, and you're not bowling from 7 a.m. to 8 p.m. Malnourished, probably not eating much or eating bad, loading yourself up with sugar and drinking soda. And like these are all things that you learn through experience in bowling longer blocks. So I'm not a fan of using team trials as a learning curve. Like guys, it's expensive to bowl this tournament. It's not cheap. And if it's in your neck of the woods, fine. Like I could get it, but for you to travel, come across the country, come bowl this, I would much rather make sure you're ready. So I'm not going to say that there's an average. And the PBA does say that you need like 200 or 220 average in a league. I think it's 200 average. You need at least 200 average to have a PBA card. And I think they're doing that just to have some sort of measuring stick. But in essence, it's got to be, I think it's more than that. You need to, make cuts consistently in local events. I'm talking on the guy side, okay? On the women's side, maybe a little bit of a different story because bowling open tournaments is not a true representation because on the world stage, women are bowling with women. The transition is way different when you play with guys. However, bowling open tournaments becomes your only option to get better. So, I would say if you can afford to bowl like one tournament a month, see how it goes. And if you're missing cuts or, you're not even close, you're missing spares, stuff like that, I would much rather spend some of that money going towards team trials, spending it on a coach, coming to Montreal, working with my dad, working with me, working here with Billy, working with Ty in Montreal, working remotely with my father or with Ty or whomever, right? Like there's so many people, like we spoke about Craig Woodhouse yesterday. There's so many people across the country. If you're out west, you could work with guys like Jordan and his team. If you're in the Manitoba region, you could hit up Earl. You could hit up Mike Schmidt, right? Really great resources in those areas. Spend that money there and fine tune your game. Work on your game and spend the money there. That's where I believe it's a little bit more effective. Let's put it that way. I guess, chat, let me know what you guys think about that answer.
Doing better now. 178, 201, and 221. I just moved left when the move and flip it.
Okay. Yeah, Shauna's got a good point there. Like 12 games in one day is very difficult regardless of your level. So I kind of came up with this idea, and I was talking to Ty about it on the way up. I have this idea for a youth league. So hear me out, guys. Maybe this could be something that somebody could steal and kind of make it happen in their neck of the woods. In a month, you're going to bowl 12 games of league, right? Like it's usually 4 weeks, 3 games a pop. It'll work. So if right now my kids play my kids have played other sports, and you kind of see the way that they run it. And the one thing that's impressive to see is you go to these, like a soccer camp or whatever it might be. What's the first thing that they do? You're doing warm-ups, you're doing drills, and then at the end, you're doing a scrimmage. Whereas in bowling league, it's like you show up, you get 10 minutes, 15 minutes of practice, you bowl 3 games, and then it's open practice at the end. It's almost like backwards compared to some of the other sports. So I would treat it this way. So hear me out, guys. This is a bit of a novel aspect. If we did something where you have 1 month to bowl 12 games, and the reason why the games are important is because if the kids want to bowl, let's say the provincial championships or CYCs, you need a certain amount of games in order to be eligible. And I get it, right? You just don't want somebody to come and bowl 3 games and then they're eligible, and there you have it. You want them to be a member, active in a league, yada yada. So if we said, okay, once a month we tally up the number of games, you have to have 12 games in. So call it pre-bowling or whatever it might be, but if you take it to the next level, right? So I'll take the youth league at Laurentian Lanes as an example because that's where my son bowls. Some of these kids were getting ready to come here because some of them are here. Could have easily said, okay, today for your league, instead of bowling 3 games of league, today we're bowling 6, right? So they get to see a transition. They get to see game 4, 5, 6, which you don't see in league very often. And what did we see yesterday? And what are we seeing now? People struggling with transition because they're not used to seeing this in a typical scenario. Yes, you're moving across the bowling center, and this is something that's hard to mimic, but to be able to say, okay, kids, hey, you take a select few as a coach and you say, okay, this group here, you guys are going to team trials? Okay. Next week, instead of bowling 3 games, we're bowling 6 games. And then the week after, since you already bowled your 3 games, we're going to work on what, quote unquote, sucked in the 6-game block. We'll work on that. Strictly drills, spares, different launch angles maybe, like if they're bowling on short and maybe the kids during that 6-game block were playing too far left. Okay, like we're going to take next week for 3 hours and really work on the skills that are needed to perform better. And then the week following, okay, here we're going to play our next 6 games and we'll try it again with what we learned the week prior. So in the span of 3 weeks, you have bowled the 12 games necessary for the month, but also building on skill sets moving forward. And then you could even say like, hey, who wants a challenge? We're doing a 12-game block. So you're basically bowling your 12 games in one sitting and really seeing transition. Like that would be a really cool concept, especially for the higher end players. And then for the younger kids, it's good because let's say whatever, you're traveling with family, you're going to Disney vacation or, whatever, just taking a week off, and you might want to, quote unquote pre-bowl. Well, now it's not really a pre-bowl. You're just bowling more games in the same sitting. I kind of think it's a cool concept. I don't know if it's something that could be done, but anyways, let me know what you guys think. Oh boy, Ryan. If you can't win locally, you can't compete nationally. I haven't seen you win anything at Lucky Night, brother. Come on. I'm sorry, had to say it. Let's go back to that topic of, stepping stones. Like Wes says it there, like stepping stones, just bowling different leagues, going from scratch league to handicap league to scratch league to players tour. We were talking about this over dinner last night with Guillaume because they started a little bit of a tour, but basically I told him, I said, it's a good initiative as a first year, but there needs to be a separate league similar to the players tour in Quebec. We need to build something like that because the local tournament scene, like some of these small mom-and-pop bowling centers, like 8-12 laners, they'll host some good events, but it's good for the local players, right? And yeah, they do put some good prize money because they're trying to attract the top-level players, but I still believe that when you have a strong field in an event, it really makes it a different feeling. It's not just like bowling league, and it's really a place where you get to scratch your head. So, like we were discussing earlier about the importance about having a coach, even yesterday talking with Billy, having a coach that you can kind of bounce ideas off of, like a home base per se that you can work with, becomes a really good point there. And if you have a chance to invest some money and do some stuff, like in our case, like my father works with a lot of players that come from Europe. They know what it's like. They make the investment and they come and they spend a week and it's crazy, man. Like they'll walk in at 8:30 and they leave after I leave. So it's like, geez, you've been bowling that much, and they're good to go. We make some grip changes sometimes. We try some stuff and they walk out of there beat up, but good to go for the next couple of events. And we've had a lot of reoccurring players come back. Like even. Like I keep mentioning Travis Colley because he's having a good event, and he came to see us last year after a team trials that he wasn't too happy with, and been working with him ever since, kind of going back and forth. The advantage today with smartphones is it's easy to send video over. I know before going to Kuwait, my father was getting players send them videos on a constant basis. Francois even posted a video where he was sending videos to Ty or doing like a live session with Ty, working on stuff. So there's easier ways to do it today compared to back in the day. So make sure to keep that in mind. All right, 2 more games left on today's block, this morning's block. So we're going into game 5 right now. Donc, on parlait un peu de comment se préparer pour venir jouer le championnat national. Maintenant, je ne pense pas que venir ici pour voir ton niveau d'aptitude, c'est quand même un tournoi qui est très cher. C'est quand même 4-5 jours, déplacement, c'est quoi, 350$ l'entrée. Ça monte vite. Donc, ce que je discutais en anglais, c'était je trouve qu'il y a beaucoup plus de possibilités locales pour s'essayer. Je trouve qu'ici en Ontario, ils le font super bien, plus spécialement avec l'utilisation du Players Tour comme exemple. C'est une tournée très élite. Puis des fois, je dirais, on va parler aux Québécois ici, qu'on a peur de supporter le niveau élite parce que c'est pas juste les joueurs sont trop forts, entre guillemets, mais c'est ça qui fait en soi que les autres joueurs se poussent pour devenir meilleurs. Donc je trouve qu'il y a toujours une place pour une tournée élite dans notre belle province. Puis je pense que le succès du Montréal Open dans les dernières années, avant la pandémie, souligne ça. On a eu quand même des joueurs, entre autres comme Giancarlo Marelli, qu'on voit ici sur le Lé 14, qui se sont démarqués lors de cet événement-là. Puis c'est comme ça qu'on se fait pousser. C'est en voyant les meilleurs, puis en se challengeant, qu'on devient meilleur. Puis de faire ça ici au niveau national, je trouve que c'est une grosse pilule à avaler. Ça aurait pu se faire facilement au tournoi régional à Granby, à David-Simard, disons, ou au 26, le tournoi qui se fait le 26 au multisport. Ça aurait pu être des événements aussi où est-ce que tu aurais pu te mesurer parmi les meilleurs comme Joe Roy, David Simard de ce monde, les frères Huet, etc. Puis même chez Alex, il fait des bons tournois en Charlevoix. Donc, ça peut être des meilleures possibilités pour des jeunes joueurs qui veulent être capables de se mesurer aux meilleurs. Donc, pour certains joueurs, je trouve que l'importance du coaching est peut-être un peu perdue, puis ils se disent « Ah, ben je vais aller m'essayer dans le tournoi sans avoir une certaine guidance, puis un plan de match, puis travailler avec un coach pour faire ça. » Puis, tu sais, on a des pistes chez Bouffet Distribution avec moi-même et mon père. On a d'autres, tu sais, avec Tyrell Rose, qui est le coach national maintenant, qui offre des services également. Puis dans votre coin aussi, trouver des coachs certifiés. Tu sais, on parlait justement avec la gang de Rouen-Noranda, avec Martin et Sébastien, qui font un excellent job dans leur coin aussi. Donc, n'hésitez pas à fouiller pour essayer de trouver de l'aide. Puis l'aide est là. On voit trop souvent que les gens pensent que l'aide vient dans une boîte carrée 10 par 10 par 10, qui est une boîte de boules de quilles, mais c'est pas toujours le cas. C'est plus ce qui va se faire via des vidéos puis analyses, etc. Là. OK? All right, scores are up now for 16 games. Donc, les scores sont maintenant là pour 16 parties. Donc, on voit un changement avec Alex Garreau qui tombe à Travis Cawley, mais quand même très serré entre la 5e et la 3e place. So still pretty tight between 3rd and 5th. Even Jordan Jung with a big game could slide up to 3rd place. So doing pretty good there. On the women's side, still a tight race for the top 6, but with a couple of games, 2 games left, let's focus on the cut. So top 16 here, 27-66. Kristen Jolly and Naomi Herbeta about 40 pins back. So we're going to keep an eye on that cut. And on the guys' side, Rainer Reyes. 5 pins ahead of Michael Moscon. And François Nicolas about 30 back. Yes, yeah. Between 40th and 34th, there's possibilities there. But like I said, the youth team won't get decided this morning. There's too many of them in the cut number, so it'll probably go to tonight. Chris Esden, 10th. All right, having a good day, Chris. Good. All right, let's update the scores on this ticker. All right, you guys are bombarding me here in the comments. You got to try to keep up here. I might have to open up a super chat or something, make you guys pay for these. Okay, we have 4-game sweepers here. Yeah, I like having some action every now and then. It would be nice to have some weekend small little tournaments here and there. Like that would always be great, just to kind of round out the weekend. Like to be honest with you, like at Laurentian Lanes again, that's where we're bowling now in Montreal. Like if the youth league finished at noon, or so my son could be practicing between, let's say, 11:30 and noon, or whatever. League gets done at, let's say, 11, and he's got an hour of free practice. And if there was like some like small little group of action going on at the same time that would start at like 10:30 or something like that, and it cost, let's say, $40-$50 to jump in, I would probably bring my shoes and jump in. Like while my son's bowling, I could be on the pair just down the low end and try to make a couple bucks or lose a couple bucks, right? So it could be a 2-game sweeper, 4-game sweeper, whatever, just anything under the sun. Like even when we used to run the Montreal Open, we were talking about potentially running a Friday night midnight sweeper type deal, just to for the people that made it to the area, hey, we got something to bowl, let's do it. And even since Sean's the one bringing it up, even last year at Manitoba, like when we got done qualifying, wasn't it like 5 p.m. or something like that? And I was like, well, who's got action? It's the night is young, let's go. But yeah, that would have been cool. Yeah, and Jason here, talking about George and traveling to. Let's see if I can find that in the chat here. Where is that? Sean, Jason. Yeah, so traveling to JMAs in Pennsylvania, GBTs in Ohio, Michigan. Yeah, just try to bowl as much as you can. Bowl as, like I keep telling even some of the younger guys like Chris Esden that work for us, is like, dude, every weekend find something. Just go. Like anything. Could be even a handicap thing. Just bowl it. Just try to get as much games under your belt. Definitely. Yeah, and like you say, it's hard to get sometimes to the coaches, like you're saying, an hour and a half by bus. But this is where, like, buy yourself like a little tripod, learn how to film yourself properly, because sometimes you get videos that are shot, like you're not shooting a TikTok, you're shooting a coaching video. So, set the camera up behind, like directly behind your swing shoulder, and then do a side view from the foul line about 3 lanes away, so we can see the full approach. Like I don't want to see slow motion. I don't want to see any of that. It's just full speed approach. And we could do something with it. When somebody sends me a TikTok of the release in slow motion, it's useless. Like it looks good on camera, but for analysis purposes, it's garbage. So next time you go to the lanes, snap a video. Heck, send it to me. I'll check it out. All right, let's feature this one. It's coming back. Coming back. Don't worry. Daddy Mark's working. Manitoba Open this weekend. Come on, Diaz, hop on a plane. Let's go. All right, this is good. Find someone that you trust that you could send the videos to. Get some input. Sometimes just a couple of pointers here and there go a long, long way. We'll talk, Wes. We'll talk. Ça va? Tu joues la prochaine ronde? Ouais. Hein, tu vas venir jaser avec moi? Hein? On a la vedette ici québécoise qui vient de se pointer avec Mathieu Vallière de Machine, circa 2005, 2003, 2004, 2003. 2003, la seule fois, junior. Hein? Avec une Havoc à 2 pouces à Guam. C'est bon. Okay, Austin, here I'll finally get to your question. Are they allowed to resurface? Okay, so first of all, I'm going to correct your term here. Resurfacing is a pro shop thing where you remove nicks and scratches and make the ball brand new. That is not what you guys do during competition. You're basically just putting surface on a ball. You're not really doing that much in terms of resurfacing it, but anyways, I get your question. There's a rule in the bylaws that say that if the tournament has a set number of balls, so in this case here, you're only allowed to check in 8, you are allowed to change the surface in between games. So to answer your question, yes. And the reason why you can't do that in the league is because you're allowed an unlimited amount of balls, and that is why. And the other thing too is because this whole tournament is geared towards, international competition. If I'm not mistaken, it has been allowed in international competition. It might have changed over the years. I don't know. Old man here, don't really know what's going on, but yeah. So that is the answer. Let's hear the story on the stream. What story? Hang on, I'm missing something here. Are you talking about the Manitoba Open? They don't allow that in international competition anymore. Well, again, like I said, it's in the rules for a set number of balls being checked in. So maybe that's something that they will revisit. You know, it's been changed so many times, that rule about surface. I remember 2007, Kuwait, we went to, there used to be this thing called the World Ranking Masters. It was the top 8 from each zone. And we're bowling on this short pattern. And in practice, I start hitting a hot rod pearl with a burgundy pad, leading me quite a bit. And Oscar Palermo comes up to me. He's like, "Hey, buddy, that ball's out of play." I'm like, "What are you talking about? You can't change surface." Because at the time, you could only change surface as soon as the game started, like you're done. And he's like, "No, it counts practice." And I was like, "What? I didn't know that." And so they called me out on it, and that was it. So you live and learn, right? So basically, it's like you can bitch all you want about it. Sorry for the term there. But just, I guess, what's important is know what the playing rules are of the event. And as long as you know what they are, okay, I can do this or I can't do it. Oh, you can't do it? Okay, well, that's it. Just move on. And yeah. Are you Jason D, man? You guys know I love being a storyteller, so we can go hours and hours around a campfire with some Diet Coke and discuss some stories. But this one's not. This one's G-rated. It's fine. It was just we were hungry at night, and with Ken Hunter. I hope you're watching. really good cat. Used to manage Chateau, and when we used to go there at the early years. And so we had after the squads were done, it's late days on some of these open tournaments, and we would go to McDonald's. And going through the drive-thru in a H1 Hummer in minus 30 weather was always interesting. And so we go up to this drive-thru, and we order. And then Kenny turns around and goes back through the drive-thru, and I'm like, "What are you doing? Like, we got everything." And he's like, "No, I didn't get my complimentary smile." So he goes up to the girl at the counter, and he says, "Hello, can I speak to Ronald, please?" And the girl's like, and we're sober, like we're just walking out of the tournament, and she's like, "Oh, excuse me, sir, like, don't want to." And he's like, "No, I want my complimentary smile." He's like, "Well, Ronald's not in." And he's like, "Well, can I speak to Grimace?" So it was just so funny. Yeah. Good times. No, not the training camp story. That's not going to happen on stream, guys. Because at training camp, we're saints. We used to be saints. Come on, Artie. So there's one more game after this. So they are in game 17 now. So why don't some tournaments allow to resurface? Depends on the rules, man. I wish I could answer. I would allow it. I really don't see any detriment to doing it. The only time where I feel it's frowned upon is if you're bowling a head-to-head match with someone, and in practice they hit a ball with 180, and then just try to destroy a part of the lane. That's the only time where it's really, in my opinion, frowned upon. Like you can hear some horror stories from matches at the U.S. Open in that regards, if you pay close attention to that. Back in the day, there was this big story with Mika Koivuniemi. Bowling one of the match, and he was throwing 180 up 20 during practice, just because he knew whoever he was playing had a good look in, and just really tried to destroy that part of the lane. Like those are where the surface adjustments just don't make any sense. That's my 2 cents there. If it's just putting a 2,000 on a ball in between games and stuff like that, do it. That's my 2 cents on it. I don't see any issue with that. The only time is like if it would bother play. So if the guy's taking forever to manage his surfaces and it's taking an hour or it's taking an extra 5-10 minutes to Jane. And what I just spoke about there with the 180 grid, you won't see that in a tournament like this. Like unless, where you might see it is in the stepladder match, to be honest with you. Like that would be something like, the objective at this tournament is to make top 6. Okay, let's call it as it is. So if you make the top 3, basically the position, like the step ladder is just like a little extra for you to call yourself the national champion. But in the end, it's you made the team. So, mission accomplished, I guess, if you want to put it that way. So if you are bowling match play, and let's say you had some difficulty on one of the patterns, that's where I would look into it and basically say, like, okay, how can I make this easier on myself? And one of the things I would probably do, like if I made the top 3 in this house, it just seems like there's no hole. So wherever I would want to play, I would probably throw plastic left of where I intended to start to kind of push some oil down so I can give myself a bit of hold down lane. That would probably be it instead of free hook. Like, it would be maybe throwing friction to the right a little bit more, but seems like there's quite a bit of friction already. So, like, I would probably go more with the hold route, to be honest with you, if I were to manipulate an oil pattern, quote unquote. Donc, la question qu'on pose dans le chat, c'est, excusez pour le radotage en anglais, mais on pose beaucoup de questions sur le règlement des changements de surface entre les parties, parce que c'est plus quelque chose qui est permis durant les ligues, mais ici, ça l'est permis. Donc, la raison derrière ça, c'est parce que il y a un règlement dans le cahier qui dit que lorsqu'on a une limite de boules, donc ici, ils sont limités à 8 boules, on peut changer les surfaces. OK? Donc, avec ça, ça vient de capoter ici, ça 15-16. Donc, c'est ça. Donc, c'est permis à cause du fait qu'ils ont juste 8 boules qu'ils peuvent jouer avec. Donc, ceci étant dit, maintenant, la question est, pourquoi c'est permis dans certains tournois, pourquoi ça ne l'est pas? Puis, dans le fond, pour moi, ça ne change pas grand-chose. Tandis que ça ne change pas, disons, le taux du jeu, que ça ne soit pas trop lent à cause du fait qu'il y a trop de gens qui changent des surfaces. Fine, ça serait la première chose. Mais de deux, si tu sais comment le faire et tu le fais bien, c'est une bonne chose. Cependant, comme sur le PBA Tour, des fois, dans certains événements où est-ce que c'est du match play, disons le US Open, lorsqu'il se rend en finale, pas la finale télévisée, mais la finale des braquettes, des fois, il va y avoir des joueurs qui vont, entre guillemets, manipuler le huilage, soit avec une boule au 180 durant la pratique pour essayer de brûler un trou dans le huilage, ou à l'opposé aussi, utiliser une boule de plastique pour faire allonger le huilage, si on veut. Ça, c'est des choses qui se font. Dans un tournoi comme celui-ci, où est-ce que vous êtes 6 par allée, 6 par paire, c'est-à-dire, ça n'a pas aussi tant d'importance. Maintenant, lorsqu'on va se rendre dans le top 6 ou même dans le top 3, dans un tournoi comme celui-ci, où est-ce que l'objectif, c'est de faire, disons, l'équipe canadienne, tu as fait le top 6, tu es dans le top 3, moi, je considère ça comme étant un jeu de bonus. Okay? C'est une partie de plus que tu n'aurais pas été supposé de jouer. Là, je dirais, OK, mon huilage préféré a été lui, mais c'est pas moi qui choisis. Donc, l'autre concurrent a choisi un huilage que j'ai un peu de misère avec. Comment je pourrais m'aider? Maintenant, manipuler le huilage pourrait devenir un choix. Ici, dans ce bowling, depuis le début du tournoi, on dirait que la boule ne tient pas, entre guillemets. Là. J'utilise beaucoup les guillemets là, parce que j'essaie de me retrouver. Oh boy! Huh? Someone's listening on the chat. I just got my Diet Coke. Lee King, baby. How's it going, bro?
I'm good.
Good. You didn't come for me. You came for the other Mark.
I came for you too.
There you go. Good stuff. No, he made me lose my train of thought. There you go. Donc, ce que je disais que... There you go. Les joueurs ont de la misère à garder la boule, mais quand ils m'ont manqué à l'intérieur, la boule ne tient pas le triangle. Donc, sachant ça, s'il fallait que je manipule un huilage pour un match de une partie, je lancerais peut-être une boule de polyester pour essayer d'allonger le huilage, peut-être 4-5 planches à gauche de où est-ce que je serais au point initial, juste pour me donner une petite chance. Encore une fois, comme je dis, là, c'est dans un format où est-ce que c'est un match. Je ne suis pas en train de jouer 6 games, là, je suis en train de jouer une game. Fait que j'essaie de me donner des meilleures chances, puis il n'y a aucun argent à sa ligne. C'est comme je dis, c'est un peu un bonus d'être champion national. C'est quand même cool, mais c'est ça. C'est ma petite histoire. So I just translated in French the whole thing with the lane pattern manipulation and all that. So the chat delivered. I asked about drinks and all that. And Lee King shows up with this. Okay? So shout out to the chat for stepping up and helping out a brother. Let's go. Got a good group today in the chat. Thanks, everyone. Oh, we have a Mark Doy sighting. So for those of you who don't know, Mark Doy is being inducted into the Hall of Fame today at noon. So we will be covering that. And for those of you who don't know who Mark Doy is, when I was a kid growing up, my dad was working a lot with Mark at the time. And it was amazing to watch this guy. It's one of the guys that you wanted to emulate back in the day. Really great bowler from this area, Southern Ontario. Like we said yesterday during the broadcast, you could check it out, the IOF Foresters Open. He had made one of the PBA telecasts. They had a special Canadian contingent, like a special match there that they could play. And yeah, so Mark is here today. Really good to see him. I haven't seen him in 20 years. He's showing a bit of gray. You know, I have to razz him about that later. So we'll see. Talking with Jane right now. I guess they used to be teammates back in the day. So if any of you in the chat have a Mark Doy story, definitely let me know. Very curious to see, to hear it. Donc aujourd'hui, après cette ronde-ci, ils vont inaugurer Mark Doy au Temple de la Renommée du côté performance. Et pour ceux qui ne connaissent pas Mark Doy, moi je m'en rappelle très très bien parce qu'il travaillait fortement avec mon père dans le temps, c'était son coach. Puis, puis si vous ne l'avez jamais vu jouer, vous pouvez regarder sur YouTube, c'est le IOF Foresters Open. Il y avait un genre de petit mini-tournoi pour les Canadiens de se joindre à l'élite de la PBA. Puis ils ont fait un match, dans le fond, le champion du tournoi versus le meilleur Canadien. Puis c'était Mark Doy qui avait gagné celle-là. Il a perdu le match malheureusement, mais c'est quand même un bel événement à regarder, donc je vous le suggère fortement. Et moi, comme je dis, j'étais d'ailleurs très jeune dans ce temps-là, peut-être 12, 13, 14 ans. Puis je me rappelle quand je l'avais vu pour la première fois, j'étais collé derrière lui au Laurentien lors des jours du Montréal Double, puis du Canadian Tire et tout ça, puis juste de le voir jouer. Son style de jeu très agressif avec beaucoup de rotation, c'était quelque chose à voir. Donc je vous invite à regarder ça. Mark. How's it going? Been a long time.
How you doing?
It's good.
Forever.
Yeah, you want to join me?
What is it?
Broadcast, live stream.
No.
No? Not yet?
Yeah.
Okay. Good. I'm talking about you, so I'm trying to educate the people about the greatness. Yeah, awesome. Really good to see you, man. You look great. Thank you. Yeah. All right, so quite a few viewers right now. Thank you guys for joining us. Let's go through a little bit of the usual stuff here. So we see scrolling scores at the bottom. If it's hard for you to follow, go to the link lxresult.com. That's all of the Lexer competitions going on worldwide right now. scroll down until you find Team Trials and save that link. You could also head over to 10pincanada.com, click on the competitor list, and that'll take you to the Lexer scores. In there you can click on any bowler's name and see their stats as the games progress. We are now in game 17 of 18, so one more game after this. And then we will cut to half the field, so 34 men, 16 women. Donc, bienvenue. On est dans l'avant-dernière game ici au championnat canadien. Ben, l'avant-dernière game des qualifs, là, si on veut. Après cette game-ci, on va couper à la moitié. Donc, 34 hommes, 16 femmes. Si vous voulez suivre les scores qui se déroulent en dessous, vous pouvez aller sur lxresult.com et essayer de trouver le lien dans la liste globale Lexer du Team Trials, ou sinon aller sur 10pincanada.com et cliquer sur la liste des concurrents, puis vous allez voir, c'est le même lien en gros, là. Donc sauvegardez ça et vous pouvez suivre. Aussi, un peu de pédagogie là, ici. N'oubliez pas de vous abonner à la chaîne de la CTF, c'est fortement apprécié. Tous les événements nationaux, dont le Team Trials, le CYC, les championnats juniors et les championnats mixtes, vont être diffusés sur cette chaîne-ci dans le futur. Donc, n'hésitez pas à vous abonner, c'est fortement apprécié. Donnez un petit like à cette vidéo et aussi partagez. J'ai plusieurs demandes de savoir comment on peut écouter la télédiffusion, puis c'est en partageant que ça devient facile à trouver. Donc, sur vos réseaux favoris, partagez le lien. Je sais que Facebook est très fort dans la communauté des quilles, mais si vous avez d'autres communautés, soit sur Instagram, Reddit, n'importe quoi, merci d'en faire la promotion. C'est fortement apprécié. Puis je suis très content d'être parmi vous. Puis le chat explose aujourd'hui avec plein de questions. Jack Brace vient de se joindre à nous, la vedette. Ça va, mon ami? Top shape? Good. All right, so like I said, let's trying to complete the day here. Let's go through some regular stuff. So we see the scores scrolling on the bottom. Head over, bookmark those scores. We've got other events coming on this channel. This is the CTF YouTube channel that you're watching. So make sure to subscribe to it because we do also have the Canadian Youth Championship, CYC, upcoming this summer, and also the Canadian Mixed here in Kitchener in Southern Ontario happening soon. So make sure to subscribe because those will also be live streamed. So check those out and make sure to subscribe and like this video as well. The chat has been very active, so thank you so much for jumping in and making this more fun for me in these long days. So again, shout out to all the sponsors: Sport Canada, CPM Preferred Moving, Canadian Preferred Moving, Atlas Canada, Bufa Distribution, Fana Sports. Fana Sports is the official garment supplier for Team Canada. Also Kegel for supplying the lane machine for us here. Sport Canada, obviously without their support, traveling internationally would not be possible. Dexter Shoes. And obviously Burlington Bowl. Donc un grand merci aux commanditaires. Encore une fois, on va leur donner un petit coucou. Vous les voyez dans le bas de l'écran, vous les voyez sur le site web de 10pincanada.com. Sans eux, cet événement-là ne serait pas possible. Entre autres, nouveaux partenaires, CPM, Canadian Preferred Moving, Atlas Canada, les deux nouveaux partenaires de cette année. Gracieuseté de Skip Little. Donc, thanks to Skip for finding these wonderful partners to help us out during this event. Bufa Distribution, and also with the help of Kegel for the lane machine. So shout out to Chris and the team at Kegel. Dexter Shoes, Sport Canada. Without Sport Canada's support, the athletes wouldn't be able to travel. Fan of Sports, the official garment supplier of Team Canada. And of course, Burlington Bowl, host center of the 2024 Canadian National Championships. Robin Combs. I kept score for the pros at both years at club. Remember seeing Mark. Yeah, that must have been a heck of a time, man. Awesome. Glad you could share that story with us. Eric, tantôt on parlait des joueurs. Peux-tu me dire si Valérie Bercier est sur la PWBA et si elle ne joue plus? Sais-tu? Je sais qu'elle a eu un enfant, puis on sait que ça change la donne pour les femmes. Donc, je pense qu'elle est rendue en mode maman pour le petit bout. Elle fait des vidéos de démo boule. C'est pas Storm, elle est avec Brunswick, mon ami. L'équipe junior, ça fait comment? On se fait souvent poser cette question-là. C'est très simple. C'est total d'équipes abattues à la fin du tournoi. Aussi simple que ça. Le top 4 des juniors, les gens qui ont des astérix à côté de leur nom, top 4 total qui est abattu à la fin du tournoi. Merci, bonsoir. Okay, so we have this question asked quite a bit. How does the youth team made? Very simple. Top 4 total pinfall at the end of the tournament. It's as easy as that. So what makes it complicated is these cuts, but if you just think of it as total pinfall over the course of the entire event, you know, if you miss a cut, well, your pinfall stops moving forward, right? So that's as simple as I can put it. Let's go, Lefty. So we will be taking a short break after this game because they are going to rejuggle for position round. Donc on va prendre une petite pause après cette partie parce qu'ils vont arrêter pour la ronde de position. It's a break for position round now, right? Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. All right, we're going to get a little bit of a special guest action here real quick. Canada's favorite lefty.
Are you sure you want to talk to me right now?
Yeah, Felicia. Okay.
Okay.
How's it going?
Terribly.
Terrible? What are you feeling? You were just on the low end there, right?
I was on the low end.
And 1, 2, 3, 4 seemed like a disaster.
Honestly, I started on 7 and 8 and I went 140, 150.
Okay.
So the angle that I was trying to play with the surface I was trying to play, like there's such an OB on the left side outside of 5.
Yeah.
And I was watching some of the righties play outside, and I want to do that, obviously.
Yeah.
That's my natural tendency, and I just couldn't get it up the hill. It felt like I was getting up a ramp.
Okay.
And so I had to jump in and play some angle through the front, like
Right.
what you saw in that last game.
Yeah.
So it looked much better games 3 and 4 with the phase 2 like that.
Yeah.
So actually 3 and 4 were my highest games, even though it was
Okay.
only like 190, 170.
Right. Well, the scoring pace, it seems it's been pretty low all week, right?
Insanely low.
So it's a grind fest, right? And that's where you shine. So, you know, keep
Usually.
working at it. Keep working at it. You know, I know that you can't win them all, and some of these are pretty tough. But
Yeah.
you got the right head on your shoulders. Let's go, kid.
Thanks,
all right?
man.
Let's go. You got
Okay.
it. All right, Felicia Wong. Shout out to Sammy if you're watching. And where's mom and dad?
Mom's watching.
Mom's watching. Liz.
Yeah.
All right. And from Hong Kong or Calgary?
From Calgary.
Okay. I thought they were on vacation.
They were for a month.
Okay. Hey, next time I'm coming to Hong Kong with you guys, okay? Let's go, yeah. I'm gonna start. Oh boy. I need to work on my my Mandarin. Eric, tu as toujours les meilleurs commentaires, mon ami. Merci de me dire que je suis pas beau à regarder. Où est-ce qu'il va? Yes, sir. Wes, I'm coming. What does that mean? You're coming here? Make sure you stop by TNT and get some longanisa, okay? All right, donc on va prendre une petite pause ici, je crois, parce qu'ils vont remettre ça en mode de position, si je ne m'abuse. So there's going to be a little bit of a short break here because of the position round. So let's see if we can get some comments here from some people. It's good. Let's go. C'est bon. Continue.
J'ai réussi mes réserves là, ça va bien.
OK, c'est bon. C'est bon pour le moral. Let's go, old man.
Did I make the top half?
You're in 16th before this game. What'd you shoot? 85? Yeah, so you might be in top 12 now. Yeah. Donald Hoag's asking me if he's good in the cut. He's sitting in 16th now and shot 212, so I think he's in good shape. Yeah. Sly. I'll get you on the... Hang on. Let's get... All right, everyone. Sly. How's it going, man?
Not bad.
Hey,
Good block.
the chat's been blowing up.
Good block for me for sure.
Yeah, so throw in an overseas release, urethane, short pin from what Carmen's saying in the chat.
Yeah.
What did you started with that? What was the game plan?
Started with that. I knew.
Move the mic a bit further away.
Yeah. Started with that. I knew the my strength was to pretty much square up to the gutter. Rather, it's one or the other usually. Big wheel or square up to the gutter.
Right.
Open on my angles, but I knew I had to stay firm with it. Kind of slow it down a little bit. Every pair seems to play different on this house. So religiously, it seems like the left lane's tighter than the right. So I go more forward on the right to keep it off the back. Roll it a little bit earlier just to get it to corner in the left. It's been working out for me. Yeah.
Did you make a move to reactive further down, or you just stuck with the red ball?
No, I started with it, ended with it.
Okay.
So it's been a good block. I think I'm plus 90 or something like that. After,
okay. Yeah, I don't have the last game yet, but yeah.
Yeah, finished 2-18 last game. So.
Yeah, I think you're leading the squad so far. Let's check. Yeah. So 74. What'd you finish with? Game
18.
18. Yeah.
So 92 over.
Good.
Yeah. No.
Right.
Stuck with it and stuck with the game plan. Just executed.
Good.
Make my spares.
All right, keep it up, bro.
Thank you.
Good seeing you.
Nice seeing you.
Any shout-outs?
No, thanks for my guys, of course. Carmen, Vince, guys at 900.
Yeah, you got Arnold.
Everyone else that's been sending me messages.
Arnold's watching from Hong Kong.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's Darren's dad. That's Darren's dad.
That's
so,
nuts.
yeah, no,
Awesome.
a lot of guys giving me messages and everything. Thank you, everyone, for following up. I'm trying to keep it clean for the next game and then 6 more. And then hopefully I'm here for tomorrow as well.
Let's go. All right. Best of luck.
Thank you.
Not best of luck. Bowl well. I don't believe in luck when it comes to bowling. Let's go. All right. Let's see if we could get someone else here. Let me know in the chat who you want, and we'll grab them. Jacob. Mathis. He's up. Okay, approche-toi un peu. Sorry, Jen. Yeah, thank you. You got enough camera time. Get out of here.
In English.
Okay, in English, no, not in English, en français. Donc, OK, Mathis, t'as bien du monde qui te supporte dans le chat. Un peu rough à matin.
Oui.
Ça s'est surplacé. J'ai pas trop vu ce que tu faisais là-bas, donc explique-nous.
Oui. Ben, je faisais plus de réserves à la fin, c'est déjà pas pire. J'ai trouvé une ligne sur le bord du talon, ce que j'avais pas au début. Je tirais 2-13 la dernière. Ça remonte un peu.
OK. Ben, t'es quand même 7e. T'as joué quoi la dernière, là?
2-13.
Bon, OK. Fait que ça va bien.
Ça remonte.
OK, let's go, kid. On continue ça. Veux-tu dire un petit coucou à quelqu'un?
Ouais, à tout le monde qui me suit, surtout à mes parents. Ils sont
OK.
toujours là pour m'encourager et me supporter dans tout.
Ouais, excellent. Good. All right, on continue ça, mon chum.
Ouais.
Yes, ciao. All right, who else we got? Tyler Lee. Woody. We got a request for Tyler Lee. We got a request for Tyler Lee. From Jeremy Pinello. Jeremy Pinello saying what's up.
Hey, what's going on, buddy?
All right, so doing pretty good, man. Give us, so you're sitting in 8th. What'd you shoot that last game?
181.
181.
Yeah.
So you're just a little bit under for the block. What's been working?
Honestly, urethane shape. Just try to get
Further right, or are you trying to shape it a bit?
I was further right early, and then I got a little bit left with my feet that game. Found some hold with trying to get off the back of it and getting to stop them enough. That opened up the lane a little bit.
Okay.
My strike ball was good. My spare ball was terrible that game.
Yeah, you guys have a really good community out of Kennedy, man.
Yeah.
I applaud you guys on that. It's really, it's fun to see, and you guys have a lot of bowlers out here, right, from your crew?
Yeah. We got Sly and them. They got the shop now at Kennedy,
Yeah.
and man, they're doing a lot out of there. It's been great.
Awesome. All right, let's do good.
All right, thanks, buddy.
Yep. All right, Chris. Hey, they're all rolling up here. Chris Esden, what's up, buddy?
I'm doing good. How are you, Mark?
Okay, hey, pretty good block, right? What'd you shoot the last game?
I ended up shooting 181.
Okay, not bad. So, Mr. Yo-Yo yesterday and a little bit more consistent today. What's been working?
What's been working? I've been moving right with urethane pretty much all day, besides game 5. I ended up moving to a pearl ball symmetric just to get cleaner through the fronts.
Yep.
And get a little kick back end where the bumper is. And that's going to be my game plan for game 6.
Okay, let's do it.
Yes, sir.
All right, scores are up for the women now for 17. Donc, on a les scores pour les femmes. Donc, présentement en 16e place, Kristen Jolly avec... avec 29 quilles de différence avec Mackenzie. Puis 30 quilles de différence avec Naomi. Donc, ça peut quand même bouger ici entre la 20e et la 16e position. So between 16th and 20th, we do have a little bit of a... It could make a difference here. So we're going to watch it for the women here for the top 16. That could be a pretty good match there. And then let's wait and see for the guys' scores when those come in. All right, fun stuff here. Is Jimu near you? Yes, he is. Jimu. Okay, obviously we've got Clay asking for you, so.
Oh, man.
Yeah, a little shout out to Pops.
All right, shout out Pops.
Is he still scooting around, or
No,
he's good?
no, he's off of it now.
He's
He actually
good?
bowled the other day.
Okay, that's good. What's a new sponsor for Team Canada? Oh, Henry? Is that an inside joke or something?
No.
Okay.
He just likes candy.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's good.
There you go.
That's why you wear dentures. That's good. All right. How did it go today?
Today was decent. The LA pattern was
What'd you shoot the last game?
243.
Okay, so you're +3.
Plus
right?
3, am I?
Yeah, because you were -40 going into that game.
Oh, sweet. That's
yeah, so
awesome.
+3, yeah. So, and right now sitting in 9th.
Decent.
So yeah, well, decent. I should have set the bar higher than just 10th place, right?
Maybe top 5, maybe would
Make him speak French.
Oh, I could do this, right?
Yeah. What color is the green wall?
Vert. Right?
That's it. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah. Anyways, how are
yeah,
things?
other than the comment ça va, the bonjour,
I
like
can't
you
do
got to
it.
get better.
I
than
had
that.
an argument with your daughter, by the way.
Okay.
In French.
Okay.
Yeah, but I could only use those 3 words.
Okay.
And it didn't get very far.
Okay, that's good.
Yeah. That's okay.
All right. So what's the game plan going into the last game?
Yeah, so we're probably moving closer to this middle part of the house, which hasn't been favoring the best out of all things. So if I can keep my angles,
Thanks, Nick.
if I can keep my angles in front of me, I moved to the IQ Tour Ruby, and it's been pretty smooth and consistent with that last game. So hopefully we'll try it there, and if not, we got backup plans as well.
Okay, let's do it, kid.
All right, thank you.
Yeah.
Enjoy, everyone.
Shout out.
Oh, shoot.
Yeah.
Shout out JR Pro Shop YouTube channel. That's all I got. We bowling ball reviews, tips and tricks. Bufa, you'll see him on there from time to time again.
Yeah, when I get an invite to come back.
Yeah.
You know,
I like going to your place.
I don't know who to talk to about that. No.
When you have a free day, maybe.
Yeah, there you go.
There you
Let's
go.
do it. All right.
Bye.
See you, man.
Bye,
We're good.
everyone.
All right, Jacob Emo currently sitting in 9th. Let's see. Well, Guillaume's talking right now, so the scores probably aren't updated for the men. Bon, let's go. Mathis Bivot finit fort pour le top 4 junior. L'avantage que Mathis a en ce moment, c'est qu'il va sûrement faire la coupure. Il a joué 2,40 la dernière game qu'il m'a dit. Donc, ça va sûrement se dicter plus cet après-midi pour l'équipe junior, soit pour les hommes et les femmes. Donc, je pense pas que ça va se décider tout de suite pour Mathis du côté junior. Donc, ça, c'est une bonne chose pour lui, en tout cas, parce que je pense qu'il a besoin de quelques games de plus pour que ça fonctionne de son bord. Maintenant, les femmes viennent de commencer. Ils ont-tu un peu de pratique? Oui, je pense qu'ils vont avoir 2 lancers de pratique par aller. It's 2 shots of practice per lane? Is that it? 2 minutes? OK, 2 minutes de pratique sur la paire. OK, c'est bon. Good.
Gonna get the women started.
Yeah, sounds good. All right, so looks like we got everyone going here. All right, so women are starting up here. Let's get them on screen. Men are somewhat scrambling around trying to figure out where to bowl. Guillaume's working on that right now. Hey, Rob. How's it going? Oh, Anis, bienvenue sur ton break de lunch. Notre ami Chris, ça va bien aujourd'hui? So the attendance of trials is a little bit down this year, I would say. One of the things is, one, the conflict with the PBA Players' Championship of 1. 2 is, I think, timing, because this is the first week of the return of school for some of the students, especially some of the youth. And also, it being right after the holidays might be a little bit complicated for some people. So I think that has a big effect on it. So we did lose about, probably 10 to 15 entries because of some of that stuff. So we had, if you check the scores, what do we have in terms of men? There's 68 men in the field and 32 women. So relatively small field compared to what we've seen in past years. All right, so the women are going to get started now with the position round. As we said, we're going to keep an eye as best as we can on the cut number, which will be on lanes 5 and 6. It seems like most of those bowlers are hanging out. Correct, yeah, and the Masters qualifying now being separate, so we lost a bunch of the seniors jumping in as well. That definitely didn't help that. But the whole idea with that was to create more interest in the Canadian Mixed Championships. So again, being the first year of making that change, yeah, hopefully that's, thanks, sir. Yep, thank you. Okay, we got another camera here on the women. All right, Christine Johnston, where's she at in the standings? Sitting in fourth right now, so interesting. Great shot by Jen Bassana. Not having that good of a day, averaging 170 today. 854, so 150 under today, this block. So sliding down into third position. Marissa Naylor still leading. And May-Yen LaChapelle now in second. It's even her, not a great block, 100 under. And Marissa 50 under. So what's leading on the women's side here? So leading the block for the women after 5 is Christine Johnston with an even 1,000. And then Tiff Griffith, 15 under. So we want to watch lanes 7 and 8. So I might get Rob to move the camera here so we can see that. The guys still haven't started yet. So we want to watch for the cut number here, which is going to be down there on lanes 5 and 6. Really. So Frank in the chat, you had a question about the Masters, looking to get back. Go to 10pincanada.com, go to the tournaments, and then go to the Canadian Mixed. And in there you'll see the schedule of events. That's May 9th through 12th in Kitchener, Ontario. So you have to bowl 3 squads. And that's how you bowl. So check, it says there, additional rule for the Masters. So that's what you want to look for. C'est une game. Pour les gars, ouais. Mais les femmes, c'est leur dernière game. Les femmes, ils finissent. C'est la dernière game, les femmes. Position round. Parce que Guillaume, il n'a pas pu récupérer les scores, il est en tout à mi-temps. Il joue plus. Depuis la game 2 que c'est lui. All right, let's keep an eye on scores here. Kristen Jolly, is she up? Chantal. Okay, so Chantal's got spare strike to start the game. And she's about 50 back. Three-bagger. Okay, so Chantal Garrod making a run for it here. Spare three-bagger. So she's got to go around Naomi, Mackenzie, and Kristen. OK, pour Naomi, open, spare, open, 9, on dirait. Donc, un peu mal parti cette game-là. On a Kristen Jolly qui arrive maintenant sur la ligne droite. So we now have Kristen Jolly coming up on the right lane. Looks like open spare strike in the 4th. So if Chantal keeps this going, could be good. Okay, guys are getting set up now for practice. Position round should be in the works here. Let's see if Guillaume got these updated. Yes, scores for 17 are up now for the men. So let's take a look at that real quick. So scores are now up for 17. Les scores sont maintenant à jour pour 17. La coupure, Marc-Olivier Tremblay. À 10 quilles de Rainer Reyes. And a tie between Brad Townsend and Marc-Olivier Tremblay. And then it's a bit of a tight race going down all the way to Caleb Eggett. So if both Caleb and Marc-Olivier want to keep their berth open for Team Canada Youth, well, there's a bit of a race there for some of these kids. Yeah, so this will be fun to watch. All right, top 12, Chris Esden. So about a 70-pin gap between Chris and Matsis for the top 4 in the youth right now. And yeah, so Jacob. So Nick's kind of losing his lead here. Well, losing his lead. Went from 200 to 100. You know, so Darren probably had a couple good games there. Yeah, Darren's having a good day. 72 over. Who's leading the squad after 5 for the men? So Sly, Travis, Darren, Nick. So good. All right, back to the women. Here's some background sound for you.
10 minutes. But I didn't want to say too much.
Hey, buddy. How are you? Good, you? Good, good, good.
I mean, I could have busted everything up. Yeah, yeah. I broke ribs. Yeah, that's what they thought. Wet spot. Yeah. How you doing, buddy? Hey, bud. Is everything good? You're all right. Yeah,
Yes, we are now in Game 6. They took a bit of a break for position round. Guys are now just warming up a couple minutes. Oh, no, they just started. All right, so head over to the scores to check it out. All the scores are now updated. Let me grab that to update the... Bowler's missing. Someone bailed. Someone bailed. Maybe he's in the bathroom. Someone had enough of the short pattern. Went home. All right, scores are now updated on the bottom. All right, Travis, come on. Let's have a big game here, kid. Yeah, Sly's on the feature pair. We did a small interview with him earlier. Come on, Mark. All right. All right, Jordan struggling a bit this week. We saw Jordan on the right side of the screen there. I thought he would have had a bit of a better time. What did he shoot today? What's he at? Jordan Jung, about 80 under today. Would think with his voodoo roll that he's got, could have been able to kind of squeeze that in. So, how about Goots? What has Goots got? Goots 150 under this block. Wow. Ending with a 130 game. Not very good for Goots. So earlier we were talking about the way that Team USC does their selections. You know what? Let's try and see if we can get a camera on this the cut number there on the women. They're almost done. They're in the 8th frame. Chantal, double in the 8th. Looks like she could shoot 240 this game. Bad shot there by Sly. Hey, Rob. Oh, Ardo in the house. Anybody have Art's boss's number so we can call him, tell him he's here? All right, we're moving a camera towards the pair that's got the cut going on. On essaie d'avoir de l'aide ici pour voir la coupure. We're trying to get some help here, moving some cameras around for the cut. Okay, this looks pretty good. Bring it down a bit. Yeah. Doesn't seem. Comme la tournée de même. Puis où est-ce qu'elle est là, la voix. Puis Guillaume. All right, we're trying to get some help here on the girls' side to see what's going on here. All right, so. Ouais, parce que là, il pointe de même, mets-la à droite, s'il te plaît. Ouais. All right, so while he fixes the camera, I'll move away in the meantime, but we'll get to it. Okay. It's top 16 for the women, that is correct. So right now between 16 and 19, it's about 40 pins. So something to kind of look out for. Okay, so now we've got a little bit better centering going on now, so we can see what's up. Kristen Jolly with a strike there, seems like. I'm very far from the action, so you're going to have to pardon me. I can't really see the screens that well either. Okay, Guillaume's feeding me here. All right. MN. Who's MN? Okay, Molly Nemchuk is 15th right now, but she has 79 in the 7th. That's probably not very good, so that's going to bring that down a little bit. And what do we have on the next pair? Okay, so strike in the 10th for what looks like 198 if she strikes out for Kristen Jolly. Okay, 196 for Kristen Jolly. So she will, if Molly, so Molly can strike out for 139. 169. Yeah, 169. So Kristen Jolly's going to go around Molly Nemchuk. And then Arena's safe. She's going to move up. Augusta Bachman should be safe. Naomi 148. Okay, so 18th Naomi will drop off. Okay, looks like Chantal can shoot, looks like one. Just can't see anything. 230 for Chantal. She could shoot. So it looks like Chantal's in. Yep, I think that's what's going to happen here. Kristen Jolly's going to move up above Molly. Molly's going to drop, and Chantal's going to squeeze in. That's what I can guess. Felicia Wong's on a tear right now. Four-bagger. Yeah, so it looks like my guess would be Chantal, who's 19th, is now getting in because she got the first hit in the 10th. So there's 230 on the board now. That's a double. So 230 there looks really good. Did she catch up to Kristen? Yeah, she will leapfrog Kristen, I believe. So 29.23 plus 196, so 31.19, and then 28. 31.19. plus 236. Yeah, so Chantal goes around Kristen Jolly. Augusta shot 160. Okay, so Augusta's still in because she's ahead of Chantal by about 30 sticks. So it seems like Augusta's safe. .236 Felicia. And Chelsea, I think, is going to fall short here because she can only shoot 190. So from the look of things, it looks like Molly's out and Chantal's in. What about Mackenzie Smith? What's she at? Mackenzie only 170 max. So she gets jumped over. Yeah, that's what I think it is on the girls' side. Okay, we'll shift our attention now to Taylor. What's Taylor got? 170. 174 for Taylor Strickland, but she's got a bit of a lead there, so. Oh boy, big whiff there. 162 for Taylor. I think she's okay. She's going to stay ahead of Chantal then. Oh, hang on. Guillaume's moving us around here. Let's go back to the guys. Hang on, let's try to do some XL action here so I can get the scores faster than Guillaume. Okay, so what about Sam Cirillo? What she's got? Okay, so let's say we got 190 on the board here for that. Okay, so Felicia's going to probably move into the top 8 now. Corinne, 174. $183. $164. Okay. Sort. Okay, so yeah, Felicia Wong would move up into 7th place, and your cut would be top 16, Chantal Garrod, 31.19. Molly Nimchuk, 31.03. So that is final. I did the scores manually here. So top 16. So rounding out from the 12th position, so 12th right now, Orina. Then it goes Taylor Strickland, Augusta Bachman, Kristen Jolly, and Chantal Garrod. So we still have a race for the youth team, so that will be decided this afternoon. So let's now focus on the guys. Guillaume's been feeding me a bit here, so let's definitely check it out here, what he's telling me. Dis-moi si c'est bon ou pas. Oui, looks good. Okay, it's done. So now let's do the same thing here on the guys. These. All right, I'm really blind here. I can't see anything whatsoever. Okay, Didier Ayenne La Chapelle. What we got? 45 in the 4th with a double, so we're still early a bit. So we see him here on screen. Didier is Captain Urethane. Okay. Ben Ashman. Okay, Reiner Reyes has 96 in the sixth. And Ben Ashman 105 in the sixth. Okay, Brandon Rogers 2-teen max, so he should be okay to make the cut. Eric Beauchamp, same, doing really well, probably 240 here. Josh Batista as well can strike out for 230. Okay, so the guys that are higher up are okay. OK, Marc-Olivier Tremblay, 71 au 6. Donc, il faut qu'il passe Reyes puis Evinqué derrière au 6e. Puis il a déjà 10 quilles de recul, fait que c'est 30 quilles. Okay, Josh Batista, 212. Oh, Brandon Rogers, open, 8-9. Hey, someone's hitting my camera. grosse réserve pour Jacob au 9e. Nice game.
Ben Carter's kicked in, so I'm able to tell.
Ouais, j'ai déjà fait dans Excel, Guillaume. All right, scores are now online for the women. So if you go to the link, you'll see now the scores for the ladies. So as I had said, Kristen Jolly is 16th, 31-19. Let's go to that real quick. And there we have it. Let's go back to the boys here.
In the restaurant and turn left. On that side?
Yeah, I'm entering the 10th now. So I'm just waiting to get some pictures here of what's going on. All right, Guillaume's just sending me the picture now. Okay, so Jacob Lausière, 185. Brendan Rogers, what did he have, Brendan? Didier, 170. Rainer Ray is 183. Marc-Olivier Tremblay, 144. Donc, ça sent la fin pour Marc-Olivier. Brad Townsend. Spare, so Brad can shoot about 190, so I'll put 190 in the meantime. And then Van has 170. Okay, so right now, so right now 36, or sorry, what's the cut again? 34? 34. Right now, 34th looks to be Rainer Reyes. Brad Townsend's 3 pins behind, so what's Brad's final score? Again, guys, just trying to get scores as best as I can here. It's really tough. They're on the high end, so I'm depending on Guillaume here. Actually, I need to know what, sorry, 187. Oof. Yeah, it really looks like Rainer's in. Unless somebody bowled really well. Ryan. Yeah, right now unofficial. Looks like Reiner's in 34. Looks like that. Not 100% yet. We're still waiting on this last pair to finish. I wish I could see the scores. Okay, not getting any cooperation whatsoever. Photo! Photo de la dernière paire, s'il te plaît. Photo de la dernière paire, s'il te plaît.
La dernière.
Ben, celle qui vient de finir, le 27-28. Hey, Guillaume's chatting it away with the ladies. Blah, 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 blah. Give me a picture. Let's go. I need a picture of the last pair there. All right. Let's try to get you these scores ASAP. All right, here we go. Okay. Okay, Ryan Trussler, 171. MMJ, 207. Caleb. Alex Duchesne. Okay, so here is official, Excel official. 36, Reiner Reyes by 2 pins over Michael Moskin Jr. Wow. Needed to get that double in the 10th. Went strike, strike, 9 spare in the 10th to miss by 2 sticks. I will, yes, I will. Yeah. I'll try my best, Billy. All right, so there we have it. Okay, so this is kind of what it looks like, team. So top 16, Chantal Gerard, 31-19, and 34th for the men, 32-72, 32-70, the breakdown. I tried to beat Guillaume to the punch here with Excel. I think we got it right. All right, so let's take a couple minutes here and regroup, because they're going to do the award presentation for Mark Doy. And with that, I will bring the camera a little bit closer so we can try to watch that as best as possible. I'm really sorry, but the audio quality probably won't be the best it needs to be, but we'll try our best. We've got some of his past teammates here. So we're going to try to get this camera in the right spot here and do this proper. And yeah, let's check that out. I'll be right back. Let me go get that camera and we'll position it in a better spot. We're going to get ready for Mark Doy's presentation. We're just getting set up here last minute.
Today we are inducting Mark Doy Hall of Fame. I personally have had a team of
I'm the guy that's in that dusty room there changing grips and making thumb holes bigger, so I'll be back in there in a while. But about 18 or 19 years ago, I stood here with my wife and Craig Woodhouse, and we were inducted in the Hall of Fame. I'm real happy for this opportunity with my friend Mark. Really cool. So today, Mark, this is your day, buddy. All right? You've had an awesome career, and I'd just like to share your amazing experiences with everybody. So Mark made 3 Canadian national teams. The first team he made was in 1988. He was a national champion. He was 18 years old. That was his breaking into the CTT party. He went to one major tournament. It was his own championships in Wichita. And I believe we got a bronze medal with Howard Koch, one of our really good friends. And his second team, 1994, and actually that was probably my personal experience, one of my best teams ever. I was on 2 teams. And myself, Mark, Jack Brace, Ray Burbank, Doug Schatz, and Paul Giamatti. We went to 3 crazy, really good, successful events. The first one, from Mark's perspective, we went to the Worlds in Reno in '95, and it's an 80-lane center. They had 4 shifts, full. And Mark and I finished first. I was second on our second squad. And they had major technical problems that day. And at midnight, we went to bed, and they hadn't started the last squad yet. And our coach at the time, Woodhouse, he says, guys, just go to bed. We have to bowl at 10 in the morning. He says, I'll call you, let you know. What was it, 3, 4 a.m. the phone rang? And he said, guys, you finished first and second. And it was so cool. We high-fived and went back to bed. It was amazing. So Mark got the gold, and that was a world record in '95 in Miami. And the other event we went to was the Pan Am Games in Argentina in 1995. And Mark and I got a bronze in doubles, and our team got a bronze in teams. And 1994, 1995, Mark was in Greater Toronto for a year. And our team also went to Calgary for the World Team Cup. And this was all Baker, all 6 of us guys, and it was probably the best, would you say probably the best team experience with that? It was the best, by far. And in 1997, many of you probably not enough to remember the PPA on ABC TV. But we had a Canadian qualifier, 24 really top Canadian guys. And the winner of that event got to bowl the champion of the PPA on ABC after it was all done. So Mark won the event, and he had to bowl Norm Duke. And let's just say it was a great match. Norm, as he did, won a lot of times, and unfortunately from Mark's perspective, Mr. Duke beat him, and Mark represented as well. And I actually got an article about Canadian bowling in front of you. Have you seen it? Yeah. But so anyways, and then Mark's, I think this was your last team, the 98 team. The 98 team, he did go to the Pan Am Games again. It was in Winnipeg. He got bronze in the singles, and he got a silver in teams. And I'm very fortunate just to travel to Mark. We used to bowl so many weekend tournaments. There were so many tournaments back in those days. We used to bowl 20, 30, 40 tournaments a year. We jump in the car and go through a foot of snow to get to Erie, Pennsylvania, places to bowl. You guys have no idea the tournaments that we used to get season 2 before. It was amazing. But anyways, the happiest part of this is I'm still close friends with Mark today. He's one of my best friends, and we share fishing. We share a love of fishing together, and we're up at Rice Lake all the time. And congratulations, buddy. Is there anyone else that would like to speak? Forever hold your peace. Okay, Mark, I'll hand it over to you, bud.
Thank you, buddy. I appreciate it. Good afternoon, everyone. Friends, family, fellow athletes. I stand before you humbled and truly honored to receive privilege of being inducted into the Hall of Fame. Special thank you to the CTF and supporters for having me here today. Before I begin, I would like to throw a huge shout out to someone who I had the opportunity to meet only once through a friend of a friend. A group of us had made some arrangements for a fun evening out. Apparently this person had heard of me and some of my accomplishments. We all had a great night, and we ended the evening going bowling. This person went way out of their way and above and beyond. He looked up my achievements and sent them in for me on my behalf. I would like to send out a huge thank you to Mike Smith. But for you, I would not be standing here today. The CTF gave me the opportunity to bowl for our country. It certainly brought me to places I probably would have never visited. It was also a stepping stone as I received invitations to other tournaments in different countries during and after Team Canada. Looking back at the different tournaments and countries I was fortunate to visit, I got to meet, bowl with, and learn from some amazing people all over the world. There were so many that helped me out along the way. I'll try to keep this list short, but I would like to thank the following: Craig Woodhouse, Bill Rowe, Don Schatz, Bob and Jack Brace, Frank Bufa, Doug and Bruce Hine, George Stevens, Mike Newman, Art McKee, and Don Moss. And truly, the list goes on. As I was writing my speech, I was thinking I probably forgot a lot of what I did on the lanes. But what I do remember was the fun I had doing it, amazing people I met along the way, and so many awesome stories. For me, that was the best part. I've been out of touch from bowling for a while now. It's really awesome to see some familiar faces and so many new ones. This is the Canadian Nationals, and it has always been one of my favorite tournaments to bowl in. You have all made it this far, and I would like to wish you all the best of luck. Bon chance. Just remember to have fun and enjoy this awesome sport. It can truly take you places. Last but certainly not least, a very special thank you to my biggest supporter, coach, fan, and father, Joe Doy. Unfortunately, he was unable to attend as he's struggling with some health issues along with Alzheimer's. I just wanted to say I love you, Dad. If it weren't for you, I would have never made it as far as I did. One small other shout out. I'd like to thank my son, Alex. I read my speech to him last night, and he looked a little sad that I didn't mention him. Thank you very much.
Yes, it's out of the package.
Huge congrats to Mark Doy on the induction into the Hall of Fame. You know, having been inducted last year, it is in great company that, you know, like we saw some of those videos I was trying to share while he was giving his speech. Just an astronomical player, a lot of power as we saw in the early 90s. And when, you know, seeing him in local events and things of that nature just made you want to get better and made you want to, and he included a lot of names, including my father, Don Mose, Craig Woodhouse, among others during his speech. And who better than Bill Rowe to induct him into the Hall of Fame and do the introduction speech. So again, Mark, huge congratulations. Donc, grosse félicitations à Mark Doy d'être dans la temple de la renommée maintenant. Excellent joueur. On a vu quelques images tout à l'heure que j'ai partagées. Pour vous, peut-être ceux qui ne le connaissent pas, c'est un excellent joueur. Puis, c'est ça. Bienvenue dans le club, mon chum. C'est vraiment de toute fierté que j'ai eu la chance de le connaître, comme il a mentionné dans son speech. Je sais que l'audio, c'était plus ou moins bien, mais on a quand même pu comprendre de certains noms, dont celui de mon père, Don Mose, qu'on connaît très bien au Québec, quand il était représentant à Bonnette, comme on a vu dans l'émission, les petites images que j'avais montrées. Il était avec la marque Bonnette dans ce temps-là. Donc, c'est quand même très bien, ainsi que Craig Woodhouse, qui était son coach de Team Canada pendant des années. Et qui de mieux que Bill Rowe pour l'avoir introduit dans le temple de la renommée. Donc, vraiment, vraiment cool. So again, Mark, congratulations. And you know what? Let me make this correction because I just noticed that I misspelled his name because Mark, it's Mark with a C. So, Mark, I'm really sorry about that, man. Just, honest mistake. That's how I write my name. So, just made a mistake. But awesome. Joey, thanks for catching that in the chat. Yeah, DQ's the man. So inspirational to see, and such an inspiration here in Southern Ontario. So really, really great to see him. So again, congratulations to all the team members. Takes us about an hour to do the lanes, and also for people to eat. So probably around 2:30, 2:45. I'm guessing 2:30 is going to be a little bit tight since some people just stepped out now to eat. So I guess we'll see how it goes. So again, just make sure to subscribe, like, and again, thank you for all the engagement, and we'll see you guys in an hour. Donc encore une fois, on devrait être de retour peut-être vers 2h, 2h30, 2h45 environ. Il y a certains joueurs qui viennent juste de partir pour dîner. Donc on va juste vous revenir avec ça. Rassurez-vous de vous abonner, donnez-nous un petit like sur le